What's going on, everybody? Death of Rabbit, congratulations, you are indeed first, sir.
Are polities, and as a result, it has historically listed a wide variety of ethnic groups. In the following centuries, the Assyrian, Babylonian, and Persian empires conquered the region. The Ptolemies and the Seleucids vied for control over the region during the Hellenistic period. However, with the establishment of the Hasmonean dynasty, the local Jewish population maintained independence for a century before being incorporated into the Roman Republic. As a result of the Jewish-Roman Wars in the 1st and 2nd century CE, many Jews were killed, displaced, or sold into slavery. Following the advent of Christianity, which was adopted by the Greco-Roman world under the influence of the Roman Empire.
Let's try to have a quick chat with Destiny.
13th century.
Hello again.
Who joined? Oh.
Hey, yeah, just wanted to ask you a quick question. So, like, has your stance on the Israel-Palestine thing changed at all yet?
Well, I mean, like, everything I read, I'm trying to, like, I had a couple subreddit posts I read recently that were pretty pro-Palestinian, but, like, all of the historical foundation, everything I read kind of, like, pushes me further and further towards the Israel thing.
Yeah,
like,
same.
Pretty clearly, but, I mean, like, be careful what you read. Like, I'm still trying to do more reading and everything, but, I mean...
Yeah, like, the most morally questionable thing, obviously, was, them immigrating back into Israel in the first place and displacing Palestinians, but, again, like, it seemed like good faith negotiations were trying to be had, and Palestinians just wouldn't negotiate. They just refused to have
Sure,
any
although
kind
to be
of-
clear,
yeah.
that was good faith negotiations that Jewish people were trying to have after all of them moved to a land where Palestinians weren't really ready for all of them to move there, right? So of course it's quote unquote good faith, but after hundreds of thousands of Jewish people were resettled there by Europe, right?
Yeah, that was the most morally questionable thing at the time. But, like,
Sure, although I don't know if that's morally questionable, because, like, my understanding is I believe Jewish people were here. They were genuinely here before Palestinian people, but then they got, like, kicked out by the Romans, and then I think by Arab conquest. So I don't know, but I'm sure there's, like, a Palestinian response to that. Like, what is the response to Jewish people saying they were here prior to that? I'm not sure.
Well, yeah, that's the one thing, too. Like, Palestinians will say they have a claim to the land because they were there for X period of time, but, like, Jews could say that same thing, too. So I don't think there's a very hard right or wrong on either side on that front. But, like, when I look at a lot of the issues, like, in modern times, like on the West Bank, I'm starting to, like, kind of understand the Israeli position a little bit more, because so many of these Palestinians are, like, insanely, ridiculously racist towards Jews. Like, so are the Israelis. A lot of those settlers are, like, I was watching a Vice documentary where, like, this woman openly and unashamedly admitted she, like, spits at whatever Arab people she sees. But there's a different kind of, like, racism where Palestinians completely deny the Holocaust, think Jews should have been Holocausted, and they'll just say, if only the Holocaust actually happened. And they're the ones who are oftentimes starting shit. Like, the media seems to...
I understand what you're saying. This is the only thing that I would implore you to consider, and it's not an excuse, but it's something to keep in mind, okay? We had 9/11 in the United States, right? We had a terrorist attack.
Yeah.
That one attack was enough to make us, like, hate Arabs for, like, the next, like, 10 fucking years. Maybe more, right? Remember, people forget this, but Donald Trump ran initially under a platform if he wanted to ban all Muslims from coming to the United States. So that stuck with us, and that was by one attack.
Yeah.
You're looking at a group of people that have been under constant conflict from Israel and view Israel as enjoying wide support from the West, while the West has essentially won the Cold War and toppled, like, how much of the Middle East. So, like, you can, it's not acceptable, but it's understandable why Palestinian people would look at Jewish people as dogs that should have been wiped out in the Holocaust because fuck them and fuck the living conditions they have, et cetera, et cetera. Right.
That seems to be the attitude they had before they even started settling in Palestine.
Before Well, Jewish people lived in Palestine under Ottoman rule alongside Palestinians, and I think they more or less got along. Like Palestinian Jews and Palestinian Arabs, I think lived alongside each other, more or less got along with each other now.
It seems to me from the reading I've done that Palestinians, before the large Jewish migration, they were very racist, very anti-Jew, and they at that time were still having the rhetoric of denying the Holocaust.
Wait, before the Holocaust happened, or?
No, after the Holocaust happened.
Well, after the Holocaust happened, you'd already had Jews being settled there for fucking 20 years, right? So of course they probably started to fucking hate them, right?
Okay.
Yeah, because the Mandate Palestine started in like 1920 or 1921. So there had already been for decades Jewish people settling there. There'd already been a lot of back and forth violence and conflict. But I believe that under the Ottoman Empire, one of the big ways that the Ottoman Empire maintained its wide empire was by having people that lived under their borders all be fucking chill with each other. Like under the Ottoman Empire, you couldn't have all these different groups of people living in different regions fucking murdering each other. It would have like collapsed. And I think for a bit it did. I think it contracted a bit as it tried to get its shit under control. But under the Ottoman rule, I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Jews and Palestinians and people in different regions tended to live okay with each other. I think. I could be wrong. That some people are saying I'm wrong, some people are saying I'm right. So maybe that's worth reading about. But
yeah, maybe I have to read a bit more about that. But yeah, my understanding was they never really got along. And there was always this sort of hatred and more minor violence against the Jewish population. So, like every time I look up these sort of major events, it always seems like the Palestinians were the ones who kind of started it first. So the idea that, well, it's kind of understandable how Palestinians today are so racist against Jews and are like literally pro-Holocaust is because the same reason why Americans hated Arabs so much after 9/11. Like again, it just seems like every situation, Palestinians were the ones to like start it first.
Yeah, but I mean, it depends on what you mean by start it first, because from their perspective, Britain started it, or Jewish people started it by settling as colonizers. So that was the start. And then from there, it's just been a continual conflict back and forth, basically.
But again, they were the ones to start the violence first. That's what I mean.
Sure. But I mean, they would consider settling a state or settling land to be a form of political violence, and then declaring an independent state would be another form of political violence. But
again, Jews were the ones who wanted to negotiate, and then they said, no, fuck you. And then they're the ones who attacked first, and then they acted like crybabies and said, oh, Jews are evil, when they were the ones who attacked first, and then they got butthurt that they lost.
Sure, but it's like me going into your house and taking over your garage and then saying, like, let's negotiate. Like, I just want to own your garage. And then you can have the rest of your house. And then you coming in and attacking me because you're like, fuck you, get the fuck out of my garage. And then I fight back. And now let's say I capture, like, your garage and your basement. And I'm like, okay, well, let's make a deal about, like, the garage and the basement. And you're like, well, no, fuck you. You're in my house still. And then we fight again, and now I take over your living room. Like, it seems like I'm only up to 1950, but it kind of seems like the history of this region is the Jewish people get there, they get a foothold there, and then negotiations go back and forth. The Palestinians say no. The Israelis say, okay, fine, let's fight. They take more territory. Then Israel is like, do you want to chill now? And they're like, I didn't hear no fucking bell. And then they fight more. Yeah. Then they lose more. And that just seems to be the history of the region over and over again. And now they're basically saying, like, okay, listen, let's go all the way back to 48 and let's go back to the original UN resolution. I want those borders. I fucked up. I'm sorry. Like, just go back to living in my garage. It's kind of what it seems like it's going on.
No. I would say your average Palestinian, the river to the sea bullshit rhetoric, that's what they want. They don't want to go back to the original borders. I don't know if that's
the average Palestinian. It's hard to tell right now. I think that's just foreign. Also, I would be careful. If you've got like a Palestinian refugee, they probably don't know fuck all about any of this. I wouldn't trust anybody that calls themselves a Palestinian refugee because these guys might be like third generation Brits or Americans. Unless they've actually done reading or research here, like I wouldn't trust a single fucking thing they have to say. And same thing with like the young people protesting at colleges and shit. These people don't know fucking anything about the region or the conflict. Just because you've got like some bloodline or some ethnic tie to the land doesn't mean you know dick all about it. I know plenty of real life people with Palestinian descent that couldn't find Palestine on a fucking map. Okay, unironically. So yeah, but I'm just saying. So like, I wouldn't put a bunch of stock into like the college kids that are protesting right now. That like every Palestinian.
Well, I'm not talking about that. I'm not
Sure.
talking about the college kids. I'm like, again, I've tried to find as much evidence as I could. I've looked at like
Mm-hmm.
Pew Research data. I've looked at like news reports, Al Jazeera, like all these pro-Palestinian kind of sources. It looks like to me that your average Palestinian believes in that from the river to the sea bull crap, and it seems to be more prevalent in the younger generations, and that may have been because of the of Hamas, like them radicalizing children.
Wait, so I'm curious, where can I find this? So if I was to Google like polling data,
Yeah.
Palestine, existence of Israel, or something, like what would I?
Yeah, I would just look at some of the Pew Research stats. The earliest, or, well, sorry, the latest I could find was from around 08, 09. That wasn't about whether or not, it wasn't about the two-state solution, it was about Hamas support. But yeah,
Well,
I'd look at the Israel polling data. I'd look at Palestinian sort of news sources like Al Jazeera, and I've
Hellman, do
seen.
Palestinians support Hamas? Polls paint a murky picture. Well, I'm curious if you can link me or show me like where are polls with.
Let me see if I can quickly find it. So it's fairly easy to actually find. It's easy to find data across surrounding regions, so like Jordan, Egypt, areas like that. Not quite as easy. Where should I post this, by the way?
Just damn it to me.
Okay, sure. Message. There you
Oh,
go.
thank you, Eric.
So
Hold on.
that was the last. That was the latest Pew Research poll I could find on support of Hamas. If you look at surrounding regions, it is very high. Since Hamas controls so much of the media there, I would assume they do enjoy a lot of support within Gaza. And again, if you look at a lot of the news reports, if you look at like street interviews and stuff, I'm getting the feeling that the younger generation has been more radicalized than the older generation. So
Sure,
when
that's probably always going to be true, kind of for young people. I'm looking at a foreign affairs article. This is from 2023. The Arab Barometer Wave 8 in Gaza. I guess these are some kind of Arab pollsters for how much do you trust? How much trust do you have in the Hamas-led government? I'm seeing about 23% say not a lot, and like 45% say none at all. So it seems like
well,
the opinions of Hamas are not that good. Yeah.
that doesn't exactly answer the question of whether or not they support their policies. It's specifically about whether or not they actually trust the government, like whether or not they can be trusted to enact said policies, whether or not the way in which they go about supporting said policies is good. Wait, what was the source?
Here, it's a foreign affairs article. It's
Okay.
linking data from the Arab Barometer Wave 8. I just linked that.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Oh yeah, because this peer research is 14 years old.
Yeah.
And this region changes pretty quickly. So
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll look at that. Thanks for sending me it.
Okay.
Okay. Well, take care.
careful.
I'll look
Bye.
into that more.
Have fun.
VG, what is the best fat burning steroid?
Fat burning steroid. There's no steroid that's going to help you burn fat. That's going to be down, like, whether or not you lose weight is going to be down to caloric balance. What steroids can do is they can improve feed efficiency. So what that means is you're less likely to store fat, and what you eat is, like, the calories you eat are more likely going to go towards building muscle. And when you are losing body fat, again, same kind of thing. It'll improve, like, nitrogen balance. The energy that you do take in is going to go more towards helping you build muscle. So it's just overall better for body composition, but there's no steroid that's really going to help you burn fat. One steroid that's often used during weight loss is, well, it's not a steroid, actually. It's called clenbuterol, but I wouldn't recommend taking it. You can get, like, irregular heartbeats, heart palpitations, shit like that. So if you're talking about PEDs that are kind of used for fat burning, clenbuterol, but I wouldn't recommend taking it. It's a little dangerous, and I don't think you're getting much of a benefit out of it. But as far as steroids in general, they just improve feed efficiency. You're still going to have to diet. Who's donated $2? If you need proof of God to believe God exists, how do you know I exist? Prove you exist. You can't objectively prove that you or I or anyone exists. Well, there's enough evidence that I exist and you exist where I would accept your or myself's existence. If you're gonna say, like, if you're gonna have the standard where, like, yeah, if you're gonna have the standard where you can only know the existence of your own mind, and you're gonna, like, appeal to solipsism and shit, I mean, that will lead you to a lot of, like, bizarre areas, and it's not exactly helpful. So yeah, you do have to make some fundamental assumptions about reality. Like, one of those assumptions being that what you see and what you're experiencing is generally true, especially if other minds that you encounter are also seeing and experiencing those same things. But I don't understand how denying the existence of God leads you to solipsism. You don't have to believe in solipsism to deny the existence of a God. That's bizarre. Dodo donated $2. Let me take a look. Jewish students sheltered inside college library.
Here on campus as pro-Palestinian protesters storm a New York college. They head for the 7th floor library at the famed Cooper Union. Then they pound on the doors, threatening 11 Jewish students who have sought sanctuary, locking themselves inside. They can see protesters waving wooden sticks and anti-Semitic posters at the library windows. The protesters left without gaining entry, but some of the terrified students say they called 911 and no one came.
It's unbelievable that this could happen here. This is the second largest Jewish population after.
Today, as a protester interrupted a lawyer representing the Jewish students.
The day after, Jewish students are threatened. Their safety is threatened. These people have the audacity to come out here and try to make it about themselves.
The chilling incident comes as colleges across America are in turmoil, with tense face-offs between pro-Israel and pro-Palestinian groups. Hedge fund billionaire Leon Cooperman, who has donated $50 million to his alma mater, Columbia University, says he won't be giving any more because he's so fed up with the anti-Semitism he sees at the Ivy League campus.
Where are we in the...
I don't understand how these students are allowed to stay on campus. Like, it's crazy. One of the worst terror attacks ever in history, and then they're, like, protesting for pro-Palestine. Clearly, there's an implication that they're in support of the terrorist attacks, and they're still allowed to be on campus. That is nuts to me.
In Iraq, private security from Constellus Patrol USA.
Might watch that later. No guarantees, though. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
At least she's pro-Israel.
Let me take a look. There are people who believe unaliving an animal for food is wrong, but I think taking a baby's life inside a mother's womb therefore is justified. That's not a proper sentence. I'm sorry, if she's going to claim it's hypocritical to be against killing animals for food, but you're okay with abortion, then wouldn't the inverse be true? If you're against abortion but you're okay with killing animals, that's hypocritical? So how the fuck does she justify that? Dude, these TikToks are fucking stupid. Brittany Dawn is a fucking moron.
Just a little friendly reminder that there is a new bold glamour filter out there. It looks super realistic. It does not glitch when things are in front of your face, and it's not at all real.
She literally looks the same.
Be safe out there.
She literally looks the same whether or not she's using the filter. She looks the same. Like, she wears so much makeup, the filter doesn't even do anything. What point is she trying to make?
You know, you might not believe in God, but God believes in you.
Jesus is my love. Jesus is my adoration.
You know.
Well, it would be easier for God to believe in us since we actually make our presence known, whereas apparently the most powerful being in the universe who wants to be believed to exist doesn't make his presence known. Alright, well...
Demons are scared of hell, but half our generation isn't. And that scares me.
Oh yeah, so she's an animal abuser. She uses a bit, which is a pain compliance device. She also uses horseshoes, which are extremely bad for a horse's posture. It basically gives them, like, premature arthritis and shit. And, like, she rides without using, what is it? What's the consent? Yeah, she doesn't, she rides without, consent.
Me. You see, when Jesus went to this certain region, he met a demon-possessed man. You know what he said? He said, "What do you want with us, Son of God? Have you come here to torture us before the appointed time?" The demons knew where they were headed, and they begged Jesus not to go there. People think that hell is going to be a party. People are looking forward to going to hell. That scares me. The demons, they didn't take that lightly. I don't know why people are taking it lightly.
This is the gayest shit I've ever fucking seen in my life. And what a fucking bitch. Look at it. Jasmine, look at how this bit is set up. This is, like, it looks horribly painful. Look how tight it is.
What do you mean tight?
It looks like it's just constantly jamming up against the horse's mouth.
Yeah, that's what bits do.
Yeah.
Lightly.
Fucking piece of crap.
What about Winstrol?
Yeah, same thing. So Winstrol is fairly comparable to Anavar, only it's more powerful. So, like, the side effects and everything you get, very similar, only it's just more potent. So at higher doses, you're going to see more side effects than with Anavar because it's just a more potent steroid, but it's not going to help you lose weight. What's going to help you lose weight is dieting. Again, these drugs only improve feed efficiency and increase nitrogen utilization, so more of the calories you eat are going to go towards muscle building as opposed to fat storage, but it's not going to help you burn fat. It might make you, like, more energetic, give you more energy, make you stronger. You can, you know, put more effort into your workout, stuff like that. But they don't have any fat-burning properties. Thanks for that donation question. Hughes donated $2. How do you know I exist? I'm just... text you on a screen. I could be an algorithm or AI or something. You have no proof that I'm real. Well, the proof I have that you're real is that there's no way an AI could be as dumb as you are. Only a person could be that stupid. Secondly, you gave me money. If you know of an AI program that somebody made that donates money to people, please try to convince that AI program to donate me more money. Yet you don't believe God is real, even though it says so right in the Bible, vegan hypocrite. Okay, you have to be fucking trolling. Again, I don't know how denial of God is necessarily, like, necessitates the adoption of solipsism. Thanks for that donation, Hughes.
Philosophical SJWS are officially Nazis.
Yeah, they are. Okay, love you, sweetie. Yeah, the social justice warriors are literal Nazis. Thanks for that donation, though, Dodo.
This might be a little abstract. Let's say humanity were to catch a disease that made it necessary for us to eat herbivores to live. Would it be a moral obligation for humanity to end itself? Is there any scenario where animals' consumption is justified?
No. So humans would have to kill themselves in order to be ethical. Now, you may have a greater interest in your own existence versus another being's existence, but that doesn't make what you're doing okay. Like, again, name the trait that's lacking in an animal that, if lacking in yourself, would justify killing yourself. I don't think anybody would really be able to name a trait. You would have to have a position of, like, might makes right. So if you're stronger, then you can just, take advantage of somebody else. That's the only way to be morally consistent, in my view, in a situation like that. And is there any scenario where animal consumption is justified? So if you can find carnivorous animals, and by killing them you're reducing rights violations, that would be a scenario where animal consumption would be justified. Thanks for the donation, though, DJ EOEO. Hope that answers your question.
Which legume spread is better, peanut butter or hummus?
I would say hummus. Hummus goes better with things like bread. Peanut butter, I don't really like mixing it with bread. Peanut butter is more something I want to have, like, with chocolate or something. Thanks for the donation, though, Wessex. Appreciate it.
Thoughts?
Let me see why Peterson. List of restaurants women refuse to go on a first date is going viral. Cheesecake Factory, that's understandable. Applebee's, that's understandable. Chili's, that's understandable. Chipotle. These places suck. So the movies, okay, that's fucking crazy. Your House, like, it is a first date. Any fast food chain, that's kind of... Buffalo Wild, like, I mean, all these places are terrible. Red Lobster, like, that's a more kind of higher end franchise. That's a bit weird. A Buffet, IOP, Denny's, The Gym. The Gym? Really? There have been a bunch of girls who asked me to work out with them for, like, a first date. That's strange. Church, that makes sense, I guess. Starbucks. I mean, if you're going out for coffee, what's wrong with Starbucks? Coffee dates. Oh, I see. You're not spending enough money on these stupid fucking whores. All right. Ice cream dates. Yeah, that's just being a bitch. Family functions. That's understandable. Movie night, Netflix, blah, blah, blah. If it's a first date and you have to go to somebody's house, like, again, it's kind of understandable, but if you already know the person, I don't know what the issue is. Somewhere that requires a long drive. That's just being a bitch. Bowling. That's bitch shit. Bowling's fine. Nightclubs. I hate nightclubs. I wouldn't ever go on a date at a nightclub, so it's understandable. Hookah bar, not my thing, so that's understandable. Bar just for drinks. Yeah, so again, you're not spending enough money. Waffle House, sports events. I would say most of this list is reasonable because these places just suck dick. But about 10%, I'm like, why the fuck would you have a problem going there on a date? Thanks for the donation, though, Y. Peterson. Dodo donated $2. This used to be my favorite news channel for years. It's so sad they shut down about a year ago. When you're rich, can you buy it and reopen it? Also woke. Let me see.
CCP has been scheming up new ways to ram outdated propaganda down the throats of young Chinese. Each episode is 40 long minutes and pits 3 contestants against each other as they dive into the abortion of free thought to talk about Winnie the Pooh's theories and speeches. The first round forces contestants to answer 5 multiple-choice questions about the awesomeness of Xi's policies. The 2 people with the highest scores proceed to the second round, where they are subjected to Xi's speeches and must press a buzzer to get the opportunity to explain what they mean.
I think I know why that news site failed. Also woke. Let me see. Professor at Victoria TNH at UC Berkeley is offering extra credit for participating in the anti-Semitic National SJP's walkout tomorrow against Israel. Pro-Hamas groups at Berkeley have turned it into a breeding ground for anti-Semitism. Holy shit. Shouldn't this be fucking illegal? Like, how can they give extra credit for believing in a particular political opinion? That sounds illegal. What a bitch. Dude, the amount of anti-Semitism at these universities is crazy. Thanks for that donation, though, Dodo. Hughes, $20, you argued for my existence precisely using the same reasoning. I argue for the existence of God. No. The fact that there is no AI that can donate you money and speak to you like this, right? Just like how there's no other explanation for the universe than God. God is not the only explanation for the universe. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Amphetamines named Captagon was found in large amounts in Hamas terrorists' pockets on October 7. Manufacturing of it was halted most nations by the 70s cause very addictive. Syria's been covertly smuggling billions worth into Arab nations since their civil war.
That is very interesting. Wouldn't surprise me that a lot of those are drug-addicted fucking whack jobs. Thanks for the donation, Darth Putin.
Thoughts on all these mass shootings like the most recent one in Maine?
The mass shooting in Maine should have been prevented because the guy said he would do this. So the guy said he would commit a mass shooting. They put him in a psych ward for like a week and then released him, and then now he's committing a mass shooting. Like, what the fuck do you expect? Stupid. So, mental health isn't taken seriously enough, and that's why that shooting happened. And secondly, if you look at some of these websites that categorize or catalog mass shootings, most of them are gang related. So when Majority Report says, oh, there's already been like 1,000 mass shootings this year, and something like that, most of those are gang related. So a gang member will shoot into a crowd of people where, an opposing gang member that's considered a mass shooting. But yeah, these sorts of political mass shootings, they could largely be prevented if mental health was taken more seriously. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
So what was the reason that bitch-ass nigger Turkey Tom cited for not being able to go vegan? He was arguing and everything the other day for carnism being cruel. Now he just pussed out for some reason. Second-rate YouTuber is two pussies stand up for animals. WTF.
He said the reason was it's too inconvenient for him. And he said it's a terrible excuse. He said in no way does that justify animal killing. He just said he doesn't care enough to really commit to being vegan. So yeah, he is a degenerate. Thanks for the donation though, Wally. Grande Dame donated $2 based or not. Let me see.
Chances are by now you've heard about the utter tragedy happening in Israel. As a God-fearing, Bible-reading, second return of Christ-believing Christian, I can unequivocally, without a doubt, say that as for me and my house, we stand with Israel. God's word holds a timeless promise in Genesis 12:3. It says, I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you, I will curse. Israel is under attack because the surrounding countries see her as a threat. Because Israel serves as a constant reminder that the King of Kings is who he says he is, and that one day every lesser god will bow to him. If Hamas were to lay down and retract their weapons, there would be peace. If Israel retracted her weapons, her land would be no more. Whether you're a Christian or not, we can all agree that this is barbaric and an absolute tragedy. More Jews were killed on Saturday's planned attack than in any single day since the end of the Holocaust, and if that doesn't break your heart,
I don't think that's actually true.
don't know what will. As Christians, we have a spiritual connection.
Yeah, I don't think that stat is true, that more Jews were killed that day than any day during the Holocaust. But, that's funny that she came to the correct conclusion based on her stupid, dumb, wacko religious beliefs. Thanks for the donation, Grande.
Will its offer sell America has officially turned into Nazi Germany?
I wouldn't go quite that far, but the amount of anti-Semitism is definitely startling. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Gotta love your input on veganism, brother. Wishing you strength and good fortune. Your name shall be heard throughout history almost like Jesus Christ.
We can only hope. Thanks for the donation, though, Obscure G-Funk. Let's take a quick look at this. What Palestinians really think of Hamas. Before the war, Gaza's leaders were deeply unpopular, but an Israeli crackdown could change that. This is October 25th. More than 1,400 Israelis dead in a single day. According to the Palestinian Ministry of Health, so far more than 6,000 Gazans have been killed.
Of course, when everything goes wrong with the world, turn to the God who lets this happen.
Yeah. If God didn't want that to happen, why didn't he stop it? It's fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Arab Barometer Research Network, where we serve as co-principal investigators, conducted a survey in Gaza and the West Bank days before the Israel war broke out. The findings published here for the first time reveal that rather than supporting Hamas, the vast majority of Gazans have been frustrated with the armed group's ineffective governance as they endure extreme economic hardship.
Check these out.
I shall. On the Upper East Side, posters of kidnapped children have been defaced with the word occupier. This is unacceptable. These are innocent children who need to be brought home. What the fuck, bro? That is insanely racist. Socialist at Second Thought explains why Israeli captives are not civilians, how our music festival attendees not civilians, calls them criminals to attempt to dehumanize the victims and minimize Hamas's actions. Why aren't they fucking banned off of Twitch and shit?
Send $5. Thank you very much. He says, did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Yeah, the occupiers
I
are
don't-
not civilians. That is what it comes down to. Like imagine if
Sorry, go on.
Germany, let's say Germany to be non-controversial, invaded the United States, and they said, you know what, Cincinnati, Ohio is our ancestral home, and everyone knows that's blatantly false, but they take your home, they murder your grandma, they bulldoze like your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals. Yeah. That is, there are no civilians there in the.
These people are pieces of shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Darth Putin. $2 have I sent you this yet? Let me see.
The government of China wants their country to look like this. But in reality, it looks a lot more like this. We're going to move left to right, from India to Taiwan in the South China Sea. Oh, by the way, the Chinese government requires its map makers to use this algorithm that intentionally scrambles the latitude and longitude coordinates of their maps, all in the name of national security. This makes it hard for people like me to work with Chinese maps. But we were able to hack through these maps and line them up with our own mapping systems, which is how we're able to make this video. Okay, with that, let's get started.
You haven't sent me that. I don't know if I'll watch this on stream, but thanks for the donation, Dodo. Most Gazans do not align themselves with Hamas's ideology either. Unlike Hamas, whose goal is to destroy the Israeli state, the majority of survey respondents favored a two-state solution with an independent Palestine and Israel existing side by side. Continued violence will not bring the future most Gazans hope for any closer. Instead of stamping out sympathy for terrorism, post-Israeli crackdowns that make life more difficult for ordinary Gazans have increased support for Hamas. If the current military campaign in Gaza has a similar effect on Palestinian public opinion, it will further set back the cause of long-term peace. Let's see. How much trust do you have in the Hamas-led government? Ages 18 to 29 is close to 20%. 30 plus, it's below 10%.
Hey VG and chat, does anyone know if Alan Wake 2 is worth buying or should we wait? Game got amazing reviews but say the gameplay is mid.
So I really like the gameplay of the first one. If it's at all similar, then I'm probably going to enjoy it. I don't know what they mean by gameplay is mid. I already pre-ordered it. I'm gonna play it right at 12, so I'll give you my opinion then when we start playing games. Thanks for the donation though, Farce. $2. I don't get why people are saying Trump is better for the economy than Biden. This is emerging market era China and India level growth thanks to Biden investing in American industry and infrastructure.
Steve Leisman is standing by with breaking economic data. Steve, you got a second to think about it. Now you don't.
I am thinking about it. I'm waiting for it to appear online here. I don't quite have it yet. There it is. 4.9%. That's against a consensus of 4.7%, Joe. With the the Dow Jones consensus, it was 4.3 for Reuters. I don't have any details right in front of me. Now I've got some details here. Let's see. 4.9. The deflator was 3.5. It's a percentage point higher than the consensus had expected. Leading to see here consumer spending here, which was expected to be the thing that really drove all of this. But I am interested as well, Joe, in the issue of how much business spending came along here, because if it was just the consumer, that's one thing. It's business spending that drives the economy over time. Here we go. I've got the report in front of me. Third quarter GDP 2023. Let's see if I can find the table here. Joe, I don't have the data. It's kind of trickling over. I'm going to throw it back to you. It's a beat on the upside.
Whatever. That's okay, I guess. Thanks for that donation, Dodo. quite a lot, just below 20%, not a lot, just over 20%, none at all, over 40%. When asked how they would vote if presidential elections were held in Gaza and the ballot featured Ismail Haniyeh, the leader of Hamas, Mahmoud Abbas, the president of the Palestinian Authority, and Marwan Barghouti, an imprisoned member of the Central Committee of Fatah. The party led by Abbas, only 24% of respondents said they would vote for Haniyeh.
Jeffrey Epstein is the reason your favorite celebrity is silent about Palestine.
Who is my favorite celebrity? Thanks for the donation, Sneeko. Skip to 520, Kid Boo. Let me see.
Getting embarrassed on TV in the world. Nobody respects black men. Why? Because we keep fucking black women. Yeah, that's gonna piss some people off. And so I'm gonna say it again. No one respects black men because we keep fucking black women. Until we sit up and say, look, bitch, you gonna get some standards or you gonna act different or fuck you. I told them you need to start having black women turn around and act like Shakespeare. Maybe they'll learn how to play right. And I guarantee you most niggas didn't even get that joke. Cause you're too damn dumb. You don't pay attention. You don't know what wit is. That's why I gotta yell at you motherfuckers and cuss you out every...
Well, Tommy Sotomayor is racist, but we already knew that. Let's see. Barghouti received the largest share of support at 32%, and Abbas received 12%. Marwan Barghouti.
You look like a nigger Mario with that gay mustache faggot.
Well, thank you, KKK. Appreciate the donation. So Barghouti is in a prison right now. 30% of respondents said they would not participate. Gazans' opinions of the PA, which governs the West Bank, are not much better. Slight majority, 52%, believe the PA is a burden on Palestinian people. And 67% would like to see Abbas resign. The people of Gaza are disillusioned not only with Hamas, but with the entire Palestinian leadership. Economic troubles, food shortages.
I ended up not going to my psycho mom's b-day party. She sent me a bunch of texts saying love bombing and, somewhat harassing me as last time I didn't text them back they had me in a psych ward. If you remember for a day. Anyway, going no contact is hard.
So, your mom sounds like a controlling, manipulative bitch. So, yeah, I wouldn't talk to her anymore. Thanks for the donation, though. Narcissist mom's son. So, dim views of how Hamas governs. How responsive is the Hamas-led government to what people want? Not very responsive, most people say. Most effective way to influence a Hamas-led government decisions. Contact officials, work through personal connections. Nothing is effective, 20%. Fatah, Hamas. %of respondents selected Hamas as their preferred party, slightly less than the portion who favored Fatah. Party that is led by Abbas and the government, party that is led by Abbas and that governs the West Bank. Hamas's popularity in Gaza has slipped as well, falling from 34% support in the 2021 survey. So, does the Fatah government support a two-state solution? Does Fatah... Let me see. Hamas does not recognize Israel, but accepts a Palestinian state. Fatah recognizes Israel. Fatah is secular. Fatah wants negotiations. Okay. So it looks like Fatah has slightly more support than Hamas. And then you have less than 10% who support Palestinian Islamic Jihad. And then more than about 15% other, 15% no party, less than 10% don't/refuse to answer. That doesn't really say much about what your average Palestinian thinks about a two-state solution. Let's see. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me take a look.
$18 billion in Los Angeles alone last year to combat homelessness. You want to know where that money went? That money went to these trash nonprofits who have a bunch of executives making $500,000 a year. You're working for a nonprofit dealing with homelessness. That's my money. That's my parents' money. Okay? That is the hardworking people of California paying incredibly high taxes that go to what? So yeah, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. And honestly, just experiencing what I've seen on the ground in California has made me question a lot about left-wing ideology.
The nonprofits that are dealing with homelessness in California are completely useless. Completely useless. So I'd agree with her there. Whose man is this?
God, but these niggas here making me, man, fuck all that. Oh, gotta move. You in my lane. You in my lane. We don't care no more. Oh my.
What a piece of shit. Dude, where do these fucking people come from? That is crazy. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Visions for the future. Leadership style is not the only thing Gazans find objectionable about Hamas. By and large, Gazans do not share Hamas's goal for eliminating the State of Israel. When presented with three possible solutions to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, as well as an option to choose other, the majority of survey respondents, 54%, favored the two-state solution outlined in the 1993 Oslo Accords. In this scenario, the state of Palestine would sit alongside the state of Israel, their borders based on the de facto boundary that existed before the 1967 Six-Day War. The level of support for this resolution has not changed much since 2021, and that survey, 58% of respondents in Gaza selected the two-state solution. Okay. Interesting.
What the leftists don't understand, under Islamic rule, all their liberal freedoms would be removed: gay rights, gay marriage, women's rights, trans rights, all gone. They are supporting an Islamic group that would kill them without a second thought. WTF.
Well, yeah, and their kind of belief is, oh, we're all the same, we're, like, people are no different everywhere, we all have the same goals. They don't understand they have completely different fundamental values. Thanks for the donation, though, Nat Figures.
For one ever since.
Okay, looks like he's still chilling. Hey, dude.
Because I got to leave the stream soon. What's up?
Yeah, sure. I read that article you sent me. It looks like about 54% of Palestinians support a two-state solution, and Hamas only has about 30% support, and I think 32% support the Fatah government. So, yeah, I think going forward, eliminating Hamas is absolutely a good idea. It seems like Hamas is definitely oppressing the people of Gaza. So, if I ever were to debate that topic, like with Jank, yeah, I think it's an extremely reasonable belief to say that Hamas is the oppressor of Gaza, not Israel.
Okay.
Yeah, they're supporting a two-state solution for the most part, and are supporting the Fatah government. So,
okay, gotcha.
All right.
All right, love you, buddy.
All right, take care.
Bye.
Vegan tranny donate $2. Would it be ethical for a vegan serial killer to take out Carnus if it resulted in fewer rights violations? Yes. Thanks for the donation, vegan tranny.
Now the nigger behind the wheel was 100% justified. The same way if I don't wanna get bit I wouldn't go to a jungle. Don't go on a fucking road if you don't wanna get run over. The street is for cars. These fucking cyclists need to learn the hard way, bitch nigger.
No, I think you should like honk and maybe switch lanes. Thanks for the donation though, Kid Boo. Alright, let's watch this debate with crazy wacko Daniel.
We'll talk.
But folks, thanks for being here. The way this debate is going to work is it's going to be longer than usual. It's going to have 3 different sections. So in particular, we're going to have...
Israel should do a giant drone light show where they make a giant hologram of Muhammad in the sky sucking a big black cock and banging a goat at the same time so that Iran gets triggered and lobs rockets, and then Israel can nuke TF out of them. Based.
That is a good military strategy. Thanks for the donation, Darth Putin. You should be a general in the IDF.
1 hour that focuses on the evidence for God, then 1 hour on the evidence for Islam, and then 1 hour on ethics, and more in particular on...
Thus be's just my theory. I think the guy that did that mass shooting went to Canada. Maine isn't that far away. I believe he already had his escape planned. I could be wrong.
Well, if he's in Canada, he's gonna have a great time killing more people here because nobody can carry guns on them. So maybe that'll be a wake-up call. Hopefully he fucking shoots Trudeau, piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, Killian Titan.
I don't see how getting married and having kids is worth it. Maybe when I'm 50.
Okay, so there are very few marriages that benefit men. I would say if you're a man, don't ever get married. It's pointless. It's only a liability for men.
Hey dude, you really broke this man. I feel like he is losing his mind. React ///////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////
him. He's gone like absolutely batshit crazy.
So in college or your
Yeah, but as far as having kids, it's up to you. I think it's a waste of time for, what my goals are.
and tried to figure out why. And Jimena gave this insight that her brother did not have this skill that I'm about to teach you today. And the skill was dancing. This guy.
Dear Vegan Gains. What was the name of that vegan chicken restaurant in Hamilton you mentioned on Kick or Keep? Is it worth driving from downtown Toronto to the Hammer? Also, what's your favorite vegan restaurant in Toronto?
Yeah, it's definitely worth driving from Toronto to Hamilton to try it. It's called Bring Me Some. It's an all-vegan fried chicken restaurant. It's really dope. Yeah, well, it's a fried chicken restaurant. They have like they have different things other than fried chicken, but it's a fried chicken vegan restaurant. Favorite restaurant that's actually in Toronto would have to be Viet Che. Viet Che is fucking amazing. If you're in Toronto, go to Viet Che. Thanks for the donation, Sanderbling.
What's going on, everybody? I'm Sona Kim, America's face of dating.
5 things that makes a girl wildly attached, obsessed.
Today we're going to be talking about, as you can see, 5 things that makes a woman wildly attached to a man and even obsessed with him at some points. And so, as you can hear in my voice is actually like pretty shot today. I've had back-to-back calls and I didn't expect my voice to be like so worn out, but we got to keep going, baby. Like, this is the fucking grind right here, you know? And of course, as you can hear, as soon as I start this video, of course, you hear the lawnmower guys probably in the background like, oh shit, Selna started a video. These things, yeah, they may be a little dark, especially the last one. So make sure you guys stay to the last one because you got to know exactly how to actually do that to make it successful. And yeah, make sure if you can handle it, of course, is what I said here. If you can handle it, of course, man, stay till the end. You know what I'm saying? So the woke mob and the feminists might call this toxic masculinity. They might be in the comments section crying their eyes out about this is just toxic masculinity. And the fact is that women actually need this stuff to fall in love. And they need this stuff to actually have a healthy, loving relationship. Where people get it wrong is that they go down that shallow route of just hooking up over having a healthy, quality, loving relationship. And that's what makes women start this toxic masculinity bullshit. Because, yeah, of course, like if the man just said all these sweet nothings to her and then she just, you know, she gets dumped, a little bit different from every other girl. She's special from every other girl. And you can see how quickly that this can become toxic and used for very bad things, right? Because if you do this wrong, it's just going to make her think that you're just a guy that's going to be playing her and using her. And it's going to leave a really bad taste in her mouth for men that actually are quality, like us on Team SK here. But let me ask you this. What is the point of the first date? What is the point of the first date? To get a kiss? Or is it to get a second date? Or is it to even get her on a date in general? What is it? The point of the first date is none of those things. The point of the first date is to create a deep bond with the girl, okay? Why is that? It's because if a girl feels a deep bond for you, there's no way she's going to leave you. There's no way she's ever going to go cold on you and pull away from you if she feels this deep bond that she's invested into with you, right? Masculine energy is about drive, mission, purpose, success, dominance, while feminine energy is about bonding, connecting, opening up to receive her man, love and connection. That's why so many get it wrong when they try to focus on feminine qualities like chasing a relationship, when in fact you should be just chasing being playful with her and just having fun with her, and that's naturally going to make her want that relationship and build this bond with her, right? When you go on the date with her, and like let's say like this is me and my girlfriend right here in this picture right here, you go on a date with this girl and you have a bond like this where it's like you're literally swimming with dolphins, or you have just an amazing, it doesn't have to be swimming with dolphins, but it's like you have an
How many videos has this guy made where he has a photo of this girl he's with and a dolphin?
amazing date. Change. I was literally talking to someone this morning where if you know you can get a better deal elsewhere and you start walking away, you're going to get a really great deal. Like even this picture right here. We took this picture, me and my girlfriend, in Mexico. And they always upcharge you in Mexico. Holy fuck. They're like, oh, white guy? Extra $3,000 for that, right? Like, and they charged us, I believe it was $400 to get pictures and a video with this dolphin. And I was just like, absolutely fucking not, dude. I'm not going to pay $400 for a couple of MP4s and a video. I was like, you know what? I was like, I'll give you $200. That's about all I'm going to do. And they're like, no, we can't do that. And I was like, okay, cool. And I started walking away. And then 5 minutes later, they chased me down before I got on the bus with my girlfriend, and they're just like, all right, we'll do it for 200, and we'll give you some print offs. And I was like, cool, let's do it right now, let's run it. Like, you have to be willing to walk away to get the girl. It's the same with chicks, right? If there's a girl that's really, like, she's...
I don't think you should be using a breakup as a bargaining chip. You should just be willing to walk away from any relationship that isn't benefiting you. But if you're going to use breakups as like a bargaining chip, that's a terrible way to, have a relationship. Attention should be a drug.
And this goes with the point right here where it's like standards and painting boundaries, is that if your attention is so different than anybody else's, and she can't get enough of you, she will never dump you, right? She will almost do anything to have you. And Camilo from my program, he does this super, super well. Like, you can see right here, he got a girlfriend. He said, I spent the weekend with my girlfriend, went to a concert, blah, blah, blah. But you can see in these pictures here, like, he's at a concert. Like, there's a video here, I can't play it. This is a screenshot from the chat in my community, but with his girlfriend at a concert. His girlfriend's kissing him on the cheek right here. Like, she's sending, like, cute selfies, man. Like, women love a man's attention. They want your attention all the time when they're in love, and your attention should be like a drug for her. And how do you do that? Is that it's simple. You have to separate yourself from every other guy out there who's doing the same exact thing, like giving her lame, boring compliments, or taking her out to dinner and asking her where she went to school. You have to be different from that. Like, it's so easy if you look at what 99% of guys.
This is a bit of a weird thing to say. You can't be all that different from any other person. Like, if you go on a date with a girl, conversation's going to be mostly the same with any other guy. You're going to talk about, like, past relationships you've had, what you do for work, whether or not you're going to school, or what you studied in school, stuff about your hobbies, like crap like that. Like, what makes the difference is who this is coming from. So if some other girl were like having the same conversations like that Jasmine and I have together, I'm not going to be as interested compared to if Jasmine was talking to me. It's just that it's coming from you. So there's something else. It's about yourself, like who this is coming from, who you're going on the date with. It's not what you're really doing or what you're talking about exactly. It's just who you're spending your time with. So I don't know why he has this idea that, every dude is going to take her to a restaurant. You have to go out to outer space on the moon, and do a spacewalk for a girl to actually be interested in you. Like, no. If she's into you, she's into you. It doesn't matter where you really go on a date. If she's into you, she's going to enjoy her time with you, whether you go to a restaurant, whether you go to the moon, whether or not you have sex with a dolphin together. Like, that's what this idea that you have to be like doing different shit from every other dude, that's just fucking stupid.
Guys are doing out there, like, no wonder they can't get a girl. Like, you can be an 8 out of 10 guy and still have 0 options, and you can be a 4 out of 10 girl and you still will have options, right? But the way that you need to be like a 9 out of 10 guy, it's simple, is that you have to be different from what every other guy is doing. What is every other guy doing? Chasing her, double texting her, right? Not being playful, not being fun, asking her when the next date is, right? Asking her if he can kiss her. Don't be the guy that's doing that. You need to make your attention.
Okay, he said something about double texting. I don't know, like, you can double text and you're clearly being needy, but if you like text people with multiple messages and you're just trying to talk, like, that's different than trying to get somebody's attention and being needy.
Valuable. You as a man, your 2 most powerful assets that you ever have is your time and your attention. And if you just give your attention away so freely, and I'll tell you exactly how to use your attention in number 5 to make this actually connect and work. But if you give your attention away so freely, what does that say about you? It says that your attention and your time is not valuable. Keep that in mind right there. Number 4, and this is going to be super, super powerful for you guys. Please pay attention to this part, Okay, please pay attention to this part. This is it's so powerful. Assume it's a yes, and it shall become. This is a game changer. I literally just got off a call with my client Afros.
Assume she's saying yes. That will lead to many, many sexual assault allegations, I can guarantee you.
And from Dallas, Texas, and he was like, dude, this was one of the most powerful things I learned from the program. Like, this is gonna work. He came from another guy's program and was just like, yeah, it's kind of ass. Came here and dude, it's gonna be a game changer. He's only been in the program for like, I think he joined Saturday, so it's only been like 5 days.
Dude, this doesn't make any sense. That is excellent spam 9014. Appreciate the donation, sir. This doesn't make any sense. So he was just going on a rant about how, you shouldn't be shallow. You should actually, be trying to get a good long-term relationship. Then in the slide, he's sharing this dude who was complaining that the only girls he was getting were like slightly above average, like 6s and 7s. And then he said, now with these techniques, I can finally get 10 out of 10 knockout babes. Like, this guy clearly isn't interested in a serious fucking relationship.
But it's going to be an absolute game changer. The same with Weston right here. It says Weston joined, and like the first month, he just got incredible results, as you can see in this picture right here. But he said, before I joined this community, I was only getting 6s and rarely 7s. I could never get through the 10s tests. I either lacked confidence or I couldn't think of what to say in the moment. After watching the training, the number one thing I needed to change was my interpretation. It was an immediate game changer. It made everything so easy, just always assuming that they were hitting on me. Slept with the hottest girl I've ever been with this weekend, college cheerleader, and they're still talking. Weston actually won the MVP in my program just because he took everything in the program, applied it, everything changed, right? And he's starting to date this girl now. He's probably going to get into a relationship with this girl. Like, is that, I'll give you an example. Let's say that you're texting a girl, or you take a girl on a date, let's say, and you take her on a date, the date goes fucking amazing, as it should, because you're on Team SK, right? She's in love with you already, right? And she texts you about like that night or the next day or like a couple of days later, she texts you, and a low value guy would assume what?
There's no way if a girl's super into you and a date goes well, she's gonna wait a few days to text you.
What do you mean isn't interesting in a serious relationship? What's wrong with wanting a hot chick or trying to up your game to get hotter women?
Like, it's one thing to say that, like, oh, all the girls that are willing to go on a date with me, I'm not attracted to. It's an entirely different thing to be only focused on dating a girl who you think is the absolute most attractive girl you can possibly get. So, yeah, if Selma Kim is claiming that he wants to help guys get meaningful relationships, and then, like, the only thing he has to show for it is, like, a few dudes who are saying, I used to only date uglies, now, like, I'm banging these sexy-ass fucking 10 out of 10 babes, like, it just sounds like bullshit. It's a lie. And he's just saying this so that shallow, idiot dudes will pay him money. Thanks for the donation, though, Mike.
What? He would assume that...
Yeah, so this is weird. If a date goes extremely well, and you think the girl's, like, super into you, like, why the fuck would it take her several days later to text you back? That's bullshit. Like, clearly she's not into you.
Oh, I gotta talk to her, I gotta warm her up, she probably won't want to go out again. A high value man is gonna interpret it, oh, she's texting me because she wants to see me. And he's like, hey baby, like, miss you, when can I see you, when's our date? Right?
If a girl doesn't text me back for 3 days after, like, a really good date, I would assume she's just not into me, and she was trying to, like, set up a date with some other dude or something, and it fell through, or she has nothing better to do, or some stupid shit like that.
Says like as simple as that, sets the date, boom.
Like, 3 days, that makes no sense.
It's like, oh, here's how you do that, is that...
Use silence as an asset.
Yes, I know it's a yes. And this is where I want to wrap up here, is that number 5, use silence as an asset. And here's how you do that, is that mystery is key to getting the girl, right? Think of like a movie. let's say a movie.
Looks is a big deal, especially for men. All this other bullshit that men say is cope. All men want the honest women they can get, and if they can't get it, they just settle.
Oh, hottest woman they can get. Well, if you look at how many dudes are, like, unsatisfied with their relationship, then maybe they shouldn't be so focused on looks, and they should try to find women that are compatible with them as opposed to just good looking. Thanks for that donation, Mike.
That ends on a cliffhanger, let's say. What happens at the end of that movie? You're like, you're talking to your friends about it after the movie. You're like, what do you think's going to happen? Like, they're like, I think this is going to happen. You're like, no, I think this is going to happen. You guys are talking about it, right? Like, what's going to happen? Let's say that you're going to a movie and your friend already saw it, and he's like, oh, that person dies right there. Are you as curious now about the movie as you were? Probably not, right? Like, you say you are just because you're like, I want to be.
Well, the reason why you go out to a movie is to have, like, a novel experience and see, like, a new story. If you're dating somebody, you really want to know as much as you possibly can about the person before dating. Like, dating somebody is not like watching a fucking movie. Like, if you can find out whether or not somebody is a serial killer before dating them, that's kind of something you'd prefer to know. Like, same with other shit, like, oh, has this person ever cheated, or is he a cheater, or reliable? What was his childhood like? This and that. You'd want to know these things before dating the person, ideally. It doesn't make it any less interesting or fun or anything, like dating somebody just because you know more about them before the date. Like, this mystery thing is such a fucking meme. KM donated $2, never lost a war, longest confirmed kill, and we have George St. Pierre. What's he saying, lol?
In fact, I saw something in Canada. Canada, bro. Imagine being from Canada. Imagine saying, I'm a man. From where? From Canada. Well, that doesn't go together. What are you talking about? Wait, you're a man from Canada?
I'm a man from Canada, and I'm bigger and stronger than you, so go fuck yourself.
No, I'm a man. Nah, you're not, bruv. Of course you're not. There's no men in Canada. Fucking joke ting.
Yeah, what's funny is some of the best UFC fighters of all time have come from Canada, like George St. Pierre. What a fucking idiot. Trudeau's making us all look bad.
Well, you know you're not as curious when they tell you who dies in the movie or whatever. You know what I mean? And you have to use...
Well,
this with getting
nice
girls.
try,
If you
dipshit.
are a mystery to getting girls, like, you leave her on a cliffhanger of like, what does he mean by that? And she goes and talks to her friends about you, and she's like, he said this, like, what do you guys think that means? I thought it meant this, but he hasn't texted me, and like, I don't know. And she starts talking to her friends about you. You need 2 things to make a girl obsessed with you. You need 2 things.
I don't know if that's a great thing to have a girl talk to her friends about you. Usually when you're dealing with a girl's friends, they're fucking dumb bitches, and they're just gonna try to talk that girl out of dating you.
This is very, very important. The first thing is that you need her to be investing into you. When she's talking about her friends, she's investing into you, right? She's investing her energy into you and her time into you for talking about you. She's not talking about any other guy. The second thing you need is you need to be on her mind when she's not with you. When she's not texting you, when she's not with you, you need to be on her mind. She needs to be thinking about you. If you can combine those 2 things perfectly, I'll teach you how to do that in my program. If you guys still struggle with getting a girl like obsessed with you, like a quality chick, and like you're still struggling with getting quality chicks, like, let's get in the program. Let's.
Harley Kumar Johnston.
Fuck you.
Get you rolling. Okay, like, booking a call using the link in the description below. Get on a call with me. Bring your credit card. We'll get you rolling in the program. We'll get you straight. Trust me. Or just DM me on Instagram, like I said earlier. Be like, hey, I'm directly from YouTube. We'll prioritize.
Yeah, Salna Kim is a fucking joke. He does not know what the hell he's talking about.
Secular humanism versus Islamic ethics. So we are going to start with Matt for each section.
He is boring me. Any new Frankie vids present?
Let me take a look. Probably not. Yeah, we only have the video from yesterday, and that's it. And there's just this, like, boring-ass vlog that he did.
Which background?
Holy fuck, 43 minutes. Yeah, I'm not watching this shit. I have no idea why he uploaded this. So yeah, it's just him going through his stupid meatpacking warehouse. Thanks for the donation though, James. Appreciate it.
There are 10-minute openings for each section, followed by 40 minutes of dialogue, and then there are 30 minutes of Q&A at the end. And then if you can do me a favor and silence your phones for the debate, thanks very much. And Matt, thanks for being with us. The floor is all yours for your opening statement.
Thanks everybody for showing up. My apologies from the start. I'm on medication that may cause me to have like hiccupy burp things that might make me pause. I'm not having a Mitch McConnell moment. I'm just trying not to be rude. And James has already managed to get Daniel and I to agree on microphones. I don't expect us to agree on a lot after that, but that's where we're at. The first of the three topics is there evidence of God? And by that, for me, as we saw a little bit in the previous debate, is objective, verifiable facts that are consistent with a proposition. I promise I'm not going to go through everything that we went through in the previous debate, but there's a reason why we look for objective, verifiable facts, and that's because subjective, unverifiable suspicions just aren't a reliable path to truth. If there's a better way to get to a reliable understanding of reality, somebody would need to demonstrate it. And so this is why I'm seeking objective, verifiable paths. It is the most scientific, reliable path to truth, or the most consistently reliable, demonstrable path to an accurate model of reality is tied up in empirical, objective, verifiable facts. That doesn't mean it applies to absolutely everything. If I say life is generally preferable to
That mass shooter that's still on the loose family said he was fitted with powerful hearing aids recently. Since then he would obsess over hearing voices shitting on him in public. Both places he shot up were places he confronted PPA he thought were shit talking.
That is crazy. Okay. Well, if he comes to Canada, hopefully he'll be nice. Thanks for the donation, Darth Putin.
Is this debate happening now?
No, this is pre-recorded. I've been meaning to watch this debate for the last, like, week or so. So we're just gonna look through it now. Thanks for the donation, James.
death, that doesn't mean that that is an objectively verifiable empirical fact. It may just be my foundation that I use for things. If your God doesn't interact with reality in a detectable way, then you cannot claim to have detected it. You must show a mechanism by which you have detected what appears to be the undetectable. There's a reason that court...
By the way, I have to point this out. Daniel has an Acer Predator laptop. This is a guy who's a radical Muslim extremist who thinks grown men should be able to have sex with children so long as they're married. And he has an Acer Predator laptop. I find that hilariously ironic. Average gamer donated $2, rate my video game setup, sure. That is an absolute banger, 10 out of 10. Is that a TV on top of a TV? Okay, 11 out of 10. Yeah, I don't think it gets any better than this. Yeah, that's at least a 10 out of 10. Thanks for the donation, Average Gamer.
Rooms, at least in most of the modern world, no longer accept spectral evidence of magic and things like that. Because when we're looking at a claim and we want evidence for that claim, we must demonstrate a connection between our proposed explanation of the facts and the facts that support that. Science doesn't make proclamations of certainty.
Dude, somebody in the fucking live chat of the stream made the same joke. Acer Predator. That's so good.
Not absolute certainty. I don't even think that it makes approximations to certainty. Science creates models that are the best representation of a construct that describe the available facts. It's important that people understand a couple of basic things about logical arguments and logical fallacies. The easiest way to look at it is to look at a simple syllogism that's constructed of two premises and you reach a conclusion. You have a major and minor premise and a connecting term, and that's how you say something like obvious, like Socrates is a man, all men are mortal, therefore Socrates is mortal, that sort of thing. Fallacies come in a couple different forms. One of them are structural fallacies that get to the validity of the argument, the structure itself. It's content agnostic. Those are formal fallacies. A lot of them have names. There are informal fallacies too that get to whether or not the premises are structured in such a way that they can reliably be used
I'm schizophrenic and I was contemplating shooting up a hospital because they were using superpowers to control my mind and were turning patients into meat puppets. Then I was put on meds and I'm better now.
Well, that's good to hear. I would just say stay on the meds. Thanks for the donation, Wizardly Rhino.
And it properly constructed. There's a difference between validity and soundness. Go look up validity versus soundness on Wikipedia. It's a decent start. Just every time you go to Wikipedia, make sure you go on the bottom.
Dodo donated $2. Bro, hope you have a good anti-malware software installed because you never think twice before you click a link. Someone donates you no matter the domain. You need to be careful because someday one might send something bad, malware or IP logger. Well, I do make sure I check... I don't click on certain links, so... But thanks for that donation, Dodo.
And look to where it links you, because you might find yourself on like the Princeton philosophy page and in over your head if you haven't looked into any of this, and yet that's one of the best places to go to get information. So you might have some fallacies with names like post hoc.
Destiny and their viewers just joined. What does that mean? Oh, you can send your live stream's viewers to a premiere to build excitement, something, redirect viewers to another channel's live stream. Oh, cool. That was nice of him. Well, thank you, Destiny, if he's watching.
Hoc ergo propter hoc, which just means after this, therefore because of this. You can't say, hey, I had my breakfast and then I had diarrhea, therefore my breakfast caused diarrhea. It could have been something else. It's not just true that this one thing follows another, that was the cause. Similarly, you might...
I think we should watch that long Gramk. Right? Frankie is always good for some laughs.
No, not that. Like, his warehouse videos are just boring. He's just gonna go over his, like, meat videos. Like, if you pay me enough, I'll watch it. But, like, considering the length of the video, like, I'll do it for $100. But, yeah, that's gonna be a boring fucking video, dude. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
And have something like an argumentum ad populum, which just means you're appealing to the popularity of the idea or what the masses think. And the truth is not impacted in any way by what people think or how strongly they are convinced of it or how long they've done it or how many of them there are. But a fallacy does not mean that the conclusion you've reached is false. That would be the fallacy to assert that something is false because it's fallacious. All it means is that you cannot reliably, you should not be convinced it is true because it does not.
Average Gamer donated $2. Oh yeah, I forgot to show you my booger neon green controller. That's pretty good. Yeah, I like those see-through controllers back in the day. That is a gross color, though. Thanks for the donation, Average Gamer.
Hello all the new viewers. The Discord link is in the description. Vegan Gains is willing to debate anyone on veganism or Hamas, so join the Discord and debate him and entertain everyone by being stupid. Join the Vice chat in description now.
Alright, well thank you for that, Dodo. Hopefully we will get some victims. Appreciate the donation.
Follow from the facts, or from the premises. And there are a number of different arguments for the existence of God, some of which are ones where they attempt to support it by evidence. Others, it's just, hey, it's a philosophical argument and we're going to look at a couple of premises. What you've heard many times from people are things like, oh, if there's a painting, we know there's a painter. Or arguments from design and teleological arguments and anthropic principles. And the thing is, it almost doesn't matter in a logical argument if the premises are actually true as much as whether or not you accept that they're true. Because if you accept that the premises are true and the logic is valid and the argument's valid in structure, and you reject the conclusion, you are irrational. You are unreasonable. You are in conflict with the basics of logical reasoning.
Just wanted to say you've won me over lately with a lot more objective stances. Well, thank you, sir.
So it'd be nice
Glad
if we
I
had
won
true
you
premises,
over.
because a valid argument is one where true premises necessarily lead to a true conclusion. But at a minimum, if you accept the premises and reject the conclusion, you're in a position of being irrational or unreasonable. The same thing's true if you're using an invalid form. There's a number of different categories of arguments, but what we're talking about in general is I have a claim about something in reality, and it either matches up with the facts of reality or it doesn't. And it may match up, and I won't have any way to demonstrate it. But when we're evaluating the evidence for a claim, you have to evaluate the facts that seem to be consistent with your proposition, and you also have to account for the facts that seem to be in conflict with your proposition. Does the evidence support some alternative hypothesis? For example, if there is a God and he created grass, some people might look at the grass and say, every blade of grass is proof of the creator. No, it's not. Because if there's not a God, or that's not the right God, if pixies created grass, or if evolution is the explanation for why we have grass, then the grass is evidence for each of those equally, which means it's evidence for none of them until you can demonstrate why it is connected to one and not the others. If you're accused of a crime and you wind up in a courtroom, quite often they'll ask about, or they'll try to demonstrate that you have motive, means, and opportunity. And so if we were to evaluate God, and we'll probably get into definitions about God a little bit later, but generally speaking, God is being accused of existing, and I'm finding God not guilty. Actually, I don't think the district attorney should bring the case anyway, because we haven't established that the case is worth.
Ran across an older video of you where you and your girlfriend were riding electric motorcycles. Thank you for that, W. Appreciate the spam and the donation. What bike is it you have, and do you still have it? So those were the Zero FX dual sport bikes that we still have them. We just don't ride them anymore because we moved from Toronto to Guelph. And Guelph is kind of in the middle of nowhere, and you have to travel further distances and shit. So we ended up getting gas bikes. I ride a V-Strom 1050 and a Ural sidecar, and Jasmine has an SV650. But we still have the Zero FXs in storage. But those are nice bikes, especially if you live in the city and you don't have to travel far. They're really good commuting bikes.
If anyone didn't know, Vegan Gains cat is vegan, all cats should and can be vegan. This is his position, so come join Discord and debate him so I can be entertained. Discord in description. Out of 1,500 viewers, not one is willing to debate, or they all agree.
Alright, well thank you for that, Dodo. Hopefully somebody takes the bait. Appreciate the donation, dude.
I take you up on the offer. Besides, we may need some comic relief from this debate. Especially if they start discussing how many angels can dance on the head of a pin.
That is a good point. Alright, thank you for the big donation, James. We shall watch the Frank Tufano video. Just for you. I will put it on faster speed, though.
Which background noise is worse, guys? Inside or outside? Do you prefer the pallet jack or do you prefer the cars driving by? Cars make my brain rattle less, so I'm going with that one. But we have made it to week 5 of the weekly vlogs. I don't think I'm going to make it to week 6 if I'm being honest with you guys. But I just wanted to remind everyone that we do have an order minimum for free shipping. It's $100 for East Coast and Central, and then $125.
As someone also researching the history of the Israel-Palestine conflict, I appreciated your take. I feel gaslit by people basically saying Israel is 100% at fault.
Well, yeah, they certainly aren't 100% at fault. I do think Israel should exist. I think they've created a better nation than ever would have been created in Palestine. And on top of that, like, there were good faith attempts to make a two-state solution that would have satisfied both sides, but it just seems radicalism took hold from the very beginning of, you know, the Israel-Palestine conflict, and Palestinians just refused to enter any good faith negotiations. And then again, when they lost, they started complaining like children, saying they're oppressed and all this crap, when, again, there were good faith, discussions on how to, divide up land and create two states. It looks like a two-state solution is likely going to be viable in the future, especially once Hamas is eradicated, and Hamas is clearly suppressing the people of Gaza. So I think this whole war, although it is causing a huge loss of human life in the long run, might be a good thing, especially if Hamas can be completely eradicated. Thanks for the donation, Upstate Trash.
Thoughts on Matt? I know you got in a bit of a verbal scrap with him, but do you think he argues well for atheism?
He's not the best debater. He might have gotten better with a lot of philosophical stuff lately, but I know years ago, like 10 years ago, he was pretty bad with a lot of philosophy stuff. He comes from a Christian background, right? So whenever he would argue against the existence of a God, especially with Christians, he would rely on his knowledge base, which was like scripture and more normie sort of atheist reasoning. But whenever he'd debate people who have a big philosophy background, he'd kind of flop pretty hard. He's also, like, I think the topic of veganism also proves that he has very motivated reasoning. So he's not the most honest person. So with certain topics, he might be right, like with atheism, but on any other topic, you can't trust him because he's dishonest and he has motivated reasoning. Thanks for the donation, though, LMAO WoW. Well, thank you for that, 9014. Appreciate the donation, sir.
For West Coast. So if you guys place an order and it doesn't meet the free shipping minimum and you select free shipping, don't be surprised when the order's canceled. And I don't know if we're going to put a paid shipping option up. I just have it on there that you can contact us if you'd like to do that. To me, it doesn't make sense because it's going to be minimum $55 flat rate shipping. But, why would you place an order for like $30 worth of meat and pay $50 for shipping instead of just placing, $100 worth of meat order? You're just saving so much money. Although we would make a lot more money if people paid for shipping. It's just how we're set up right now. So keep that in mind, guys. And it's also for like...
Jesus Christ. So I don't know how the fuck Frank is making money. So people have to pay at least $100 to get free shipping or shipping not added to their order. This has to be calculated into the cost. So that must be why everything on his website is so fucking expensive. He's upcharging because he knows when people buy enough to actually give them no additional shipping fee, it will recoup the shipping costs. Why the fuck did he even have the idea for this stupid meat business in the first place? Like, it's so dumb. Gad donated $2. Hamas delegation met in Moscow with Putin 12 hours ago. Russia is aligning themselves with Hamas. Whoever supports Hamas at this point supports Russia. Russia's probably backing them to have a large anti-West movement. Also, USA warned Iran an airstrike. Sick. Okay, well, I'm in favor of the idea of Israel and the US going to war with Iran. They are a horrible, horrible dictatorship, and they're supporting terrorism throughout the Middle East, including, the October 7th attack. And Russia has absolutely no fucking morals. They're the most degenerate fucking society, dude. Maybe not the society, but, their leadership. Holy fuck, are they pieces of crap. Thanks for the donation, Gad.
A safety thing, because if you order just a few pounds of meat, it doesn't really matter how much ice we put in there. It might not arrive as cold as it should, so that's that. But let's go inside. I haven't been feeling so good today. That drive yesterday was pretty hard on me, and then when I got home, I took some supplements I shouldn't have had, and the kefir was a bit alcoholic. So
I took some supplements I shouldn't have. Is that code for he drinks?
I got a bad headache, and I had to take some Masticum, which has my stomach all messed up today, but As soon as I get 1 or 2 more meals in my stomach, I'll feel better. It's just like I'm down here now. I had to come do some work, and I'm just completely out of it. So unfortunately, I do have like 60 or 70 orders to fill for the non-meat businesses because we just launched the organ supplements. Powders are back, and we also got the new products on Frankie's Natural, so that's a little popular, which is a good thing. It's not bad to be busy. It's just when I'm juggling too many things at once, my physical health usually takes a toll. So this is the warehouse on Monday. We got the empty ice bins over here. We have egg orders ready to go over there. We have ground orders ready to go, some more eggs, express orders. You guys are giving me crap about the smoke alarms beeping. I'm gonna ask my contractor buddy if he has a ladder that I can reach those with, because it's actually starting to drive me crazy.
Oh my god. He moved into this place like, what, 2 or 3 months ago, and he still hasn't fucking put new batteries in the smoke alarms.
Crazy too. I just got to
Dude,
remember to ask him. So yeah, over here on the organ supplements now, we got the male virility, full spectrum, big brain, immune strength, thyroid support, everything nicely organized. We have the remineralizing tooth powder. Over there is the beef butter moisturizer, and then we have our beefy lips beef lip balm. One of you guys were talking trash in the comments of the beefy lips lip balm short, saying like, oh, it's supposed to.
I hardly ever eat meat, but I don't know if I could go full vegan. You absolutely could, especially like if you hardly eat meat, then how the hell would going vegan be difficult? You're just making a very small change to your daily diet. Especially with my health issues. Well, vegans tend to have lower rates of chronic disease and live longer, so I don't know how vegan would be a stress on your health issues.
To be an appealing name, not beefy lips. That sounds stupid. How about
Someone's in the waiting room.
These are some good catos, you son of a bitch.
I will take a look at that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Oat Goat. Hey, what's up, dude? Do you hear me, sir? Hello? Okay, for some reason he's not responding.
What is his business model? Is the food being stored correctly?
Like, I'm assuming his business model is to just sell overpriced garbage fucking products. That's what it seems to be. And if I had to guess, I would say no, in all likelihood, the food is not being stored correctly. In all likelihood. Knowing Frank and how he's stupid and doesn't know how to do anything right, I would be surprised if he was actually storing the food correctly. I would be very surprised. Thanks for the donation though, James. Appreciate it.
I rename it Luscious Lips, and I sell you a special one you can put on your other lips for your boyfriend, all right? How about that one, all right?
Remember, everybody, I'm not gay. Everybody else is gay. Let's see. Oat Goat. Cats. Oh my god. What the fuck? Why the hell did the cat scream in his face? That was weird. Where's the Frank Tufano vid? Oh, it's right there. Oh, I like it when cats do this. Yeah, Prismo doesn't do that. I've never seen him do that yet.
Meow. Meow. Meow.
Well, that is a distorted video, but I'm sure it's a nice cat. Thanks for the donation, Oat Goat. Prismo. Prismo. Get off. Prismo's trying to get at the pizza on the counter.
Hey, you a pizza cat? Are you a pizza cat?
Guys, if there's one thing I'm good at, it's creative and silly business names and logos, so don't try to gaslight me on that one. Why did I come in here? Yeah, we have like an emergency meat delivery.
I'm currently on a bulk to about 200 pounds. When I reach that target, how long should I be maintaining that weight for? Want to cut it to a slimmer weight at some point, but I don't know when. Well, if your goal is to reach certain strength numbers or get to a certain body weight, it'll depend when you should maybe start a cut. If you want to get stronger and you're trying to hit certain numbers, then you might want to maintain that body weight until you hit those strength goals. If all you're interested in is body composition changes, like you're hoping to add 5 pounds of muscle, then I would basically start dieting after I hit that goal. Hey dude, what's up? Target, how long should I be maintaining that weight for? Hello? What do people join the fucking Discord for?
Coming in tomorrow with the ribeye and stuff, so you guys should not have to wait till next week for your order to come. There are only like 3 or 4 orders, but we're getting in the ribeye tomorrow.
All right. Hey, what's up, dude? Okay. I have no idea why these people are joining the fucking Discord.
Just to make sure everyone gets their stuff. I guess I do have something to show you guys today. This is the chicken schmaltz. I put it at $25. I think that's absolutely insane.
What the fuck is chicken schmaltz? What?
And like criminal for an 8-ounce container of chicken schmaltz, but guys, it took me over 1,000 pounds. And I'm not exaggerating. 1,000 pounds of chicken rendered down into 12 jars of schmaltz. So, schmaltz. I need to learn some Hebrew, but I just.
What the fuck is chicken schmaltz? Oh, it's just chicken fat. Why the fuck would you eat something like that? It's basically like tallow. Only like the chicken version of tallow. That's disgusting.
Just want to make sure that anyone who really wants to try this, you know, gets to, and it's something special that, you know, you're not supposed to down a whole jar in a week. So maybe we'll have some more of this in the future in very small amounts, but as I said, guys, I'll repeat myself, over 1,000 pounds of chicken to make the fat for 12 8-ounce jars of schmaltz. So that's 6 pounds of fat to about 1,000 pounds of chicken. So keep in mind, this is something very, very special. So
what's special about it? Is it especially bad for you? Why the fuck would you eat chicken fat?
Yeah, I should keep a jar for myself.
Dude, that is disgusting.
You know, guys, we got grass-fed beef tallow, Wagyu beef tallow, pork fat, lamb tallow. The chickens just do not hold fat like these other animals do. You guys hear the background noise. My guys are blowing up the bubbles for the kefir. I mean, maybe when we have like our own farm and I can splurge on the feed, we can get some really fat chickens and have chicken fat and schmaltz. But that doesn't usually happen unless they're giving the chicken like a lot of like soy and corn, and the chickens get really, really estrogenic and fatty. And then you'll have a lot of schmaltz and chicken fat. It's getting late today, guys. It's
what a piece of shit. Like, imagine murdering these animals just so that you can make a disgusting fucking food that's gonna kill you. Hey.
Really fat chickens.
Did you want to chat? Because you keep, like, joining the
Hello?
Discord. Yeah, what's up? What? Why is this guy joining the fucking Discord? I don't understand why these people are in the Discord.
Is Frank Jewish? Looks disgusting. Were the chickens raised humanely?
Okay, no, Frank's Italian. He also hates Jews. He's super, super anti-Semitic. And I can guarantee you, no, the chickens were not raised humanely. They were mistreated and then murdered horribly. Thanks for that donation, James. I'm just gonna be in the Tea Party voice chat so anybody can join and I don't have to invite you. So if anybody wants to chat, just join.
How much worse do you think your depression would be if you never sought professional help? Has it helped a lot?
The medication has helped massively with my depression. I probably would have killed myself by now if I wasn't medicated. I started taking medication out of sheer desperation, and yeah. So I
hello?
Yo, what's up?
Yo.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Oh my god, dude. So he can't hear me.
You hear me?
I can hear you. Headphones. Yep, my headphones are right. My microphone's correct. Yeah, so, the medication has helped massively with the depression. Without it, I'd probably be dead. So,
Hello?
yeah. Thanks for the donation, though, LMAO. Wow. I don't know if I can send the guy a direct message. Damn it, not mention. Well, yeah, whatever, that works. Make sure your headphones are set up properly.
Do you think that I'd probably be dead? So yeah. Thanks for the donation, though, LMAO. Wow. I don't know if I can send it.
Yeah, I can't hear you, bro, but I hear myself on your stream.
Yeah, this guy needs to make sure his headphones are set up properly because,
Bro, I'm not trolling. What the fuck? I honestly can't hear you, man.
Hey, hi Nick, what's up?
This guy needs
Yeah,
to
we can hear
make
you
sure
now.
his headphones are set up properly because
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
I'm not trolling. What the fuck?
Goons. Okay. Anyway,
What the
Yeah,
fuck did
I don't have headphones, that's why.
Okay.
Well, that's probably why you can't hear them.
I think he's just putting the audio device on default because even if he doesn't have headphones, he should be able to just hear.
Goons can. Anyway, vegan gains. I had a kind of a clarifying question. I asked you earlier about my bulking question.
Sure.
So, I'm wanting to bulk up to 200 pounds, and you said to cut kind of after you reach the desired strength, like your desired body composition.
Well, if you're training for strength, you may want to just stay at that body weight for a while until you hit your strength goals. If you're just doing it entirely for bodybuilding, like body composition changes, then you may as well just diet right away.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Like, the issue
Yeah,
isn't that we
I can
couldn't
hear
hear you. You couldn't hear us. Okay.
Okay, I don't know what's going on with that guy, but okay. So when you mean diet, you mean like bulking, like right away, right?
Well, if you're already on a bulk, and you've reached either your
Bro, I
strength
hear
goals...
myself on your stream, but I
I'm
don't
just-
hear you through the
this
Discord.
guy's just
so
literally
it's
retarded.
fucking really weird.
Yeah, so if you're bulking for either body composition changes or strength, then you just if it's for strength, just diet after you hit your strength goals. If you're bulking and you have a target weight, you may as well diet just after you hit that target weight.
Okay. All right, that's all I wanted to ask you. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem, dude. Take care.
You too.
Wizardly Rhino donated $2. I'll debate you or convo with you. Put Discord in chat. Discord is in the description, so just click the link in the description. Thanks for the donation, Wizardly Rhino.
Already like 2:15, and I think I said it already. I'm gonna try to bang out some of those orders we have to do. so that you guys can get everything. And I don't want to ramble on and on. We were able to cut down the time of the last vlog a little bit. It was like 35 minutes, but I want to make sure this one isn't too long either. So we have a few meat deliveries, some restocks I can show you guys
Hey,
tomorrow
bro,
and Wednesday.
can you hear me?
I spoke
Yeah, I
to
can hear
another
you. What's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. What's up?
So, yeah, so I was gonna ask you, what is your view on antinatalism? What do you think of that?
So I'm not a hard antinatalist, or as some would call ethicist. I don't think all life should be basically exterminated. My position is there are a lot of people who should not have children, and there's an issue with humanity where we're very good at having children, but we're very bad at raising them. So the solution that I think would be sterilize everybody at birth. Once somebody decides to have children, just unsterilize them, no questions asked, so that you avoid problems with eugenics. And then people will only have children when they actually want them, rather than by accident, and it makes family planning much simpler. And I think you'd have a better overall society because of that.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Awesome take. All right, thank you.
All right, no problem, dude. Take care.
Day. You too.
Yeah, what's
What's
up?
up, VG?
Not much, man.
It's Wizard. I'm not really good at debating, but I'd like to ask a few questions.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So the name the trait argument that you always bring up, like I'm a semi-vegetarian, and I've tried veganism a little bit, but it's kind of hard. Like my palate is just so impalatable. I've been trying, like I bought Dr. Greger's like cookbook, like vegan cookbook, and I've been trying out new recipes and whatnot. But back to the name the trait thing. Why can't you like just say intelligence is the trait?
Well, you can.
Or just being human.
Well, you can. Anybody
Yeah.
can make anything the trait. So the trait could be having pink skin. So the problem is if you run the reductio, like again, if we trait equalize a human being to having the same intelligence as a chicken, you have two options. You can either say, okay, I'm in favor of taking away the rights of a human being that has the same intelligence as a chicken, or you have to grant animals the same rights as human beings. Or else it leads to a contradiction, because you are both saying intelligence is and isn't a quality that grants a being a right to life.
So like your argument is if a human has the intelligence of a chicken, it would still be immoral to kill that human. Is that what you're saying?
In my view, yeah. But you could have the view that it would be moral. It's just that, like, again, the point of name the trait.
Most people don't have the IQ of a chicken, though.
Yeah, that's right. So it would only apply to marginal cases where you're talking about people who have the intelligence of a chicken. But
I mean,
again,
what about their social connections with people that are smart? So they're like, even though they're mentally retarded, I still have a connection. Like that's my brother, or that's my family member, and they're like, there's just like a pet. Like a pet dog may have like not be super smart, but they have their.
You can add that to the list of traits.
animals.
So you can add that to the list of traits. So if the two traits are going to be intelligence and emotional connection to other intelligent humans, then if we trait equalize, if there's a human being that does not have a emotional connection to other humans and they have the intelligence of chicken, you would have to be okay with taking away the rights and killing them. So like if we found a mentally disabled person that was, I don't know, living in the woods because their family died or something, and there was nobody who had an emotional connection to them, would you be okay with somebody coming along and just killing them and turning them into hamburgers?
No, because they're still human. But I like if there was a person that was of normal intelligence and then a person that was severely mentally handicapped and they're hanging off a cliff, then I would choose the normal person. I feel like over
Well, sure, but that's not what name the trade is like asking. It's not asking what you value more. It's asking what are your standards for giving the same human rights to a conscious creature. If your standard is intelligence and having an emotional connection to that being, then if we trade equalize, if you have no emotional connection to that being and they have the intelligence of a chicken, logically, to be logically consistent, you'd have to be okay with taking away the right to life. Or you would have to grant an animal the right to life. Those are your only two options. Like, if you're going to say it's okay to be logically inconsistent, then you can, have any position.
Like, I think it's more moral to be vegan now in today's world since we have so many options for food.
Yeah.
But I disagree with like how you say all throughout history that humans have been immoral all throughout history, like because they ate meat. Because I think like if it's for survival, it's not immoral in my view.
Well, okay, if something is required for survival, does that mean you can do anything? Like, let's say I'm a cancer patient and me murdering you would cure my cancer. Does that make it moral for me to kill you?
Like, okay, well, maybe not to kill because you're taking another life, but is it moral to rob a bank or something like that, or something else that's immoral? Yeah, I'd like if it's to save your life, then things that are normally immoral can become moral in some way.
Well, we're like when we're talking about animal products, we're talking about killing an animal, though. So, like, if you're saying it's okay to kill in a survival context, so like, okay, if I was about to die of cancer and killing you would cure my cancer, would it be immoral for me to kill you? Like, I think you're gonna say no.
Like, well, I wouldn't put it like I wouldn't be mad. Like, I would still not want to die, and I'd fight it off and be like, I'd still fight for my life, but then I wouldn't like. If it was to save yourself, I would understand why you'd want to do it.
Well, you're talking about a different thing. So you can definitely have sympathy for somebody who's, killing for survival. That doesn't mean what they're doing is morally right. So being sympathetic to the predicament is different than it being morally okay.
Yeah.
And I mean, you're not personally in a survival situation when you choose to like eat a burger, so you have all the vegan options you need.
I'm not in that. Like, I'm not in that. I don't think it is immoral if I am in a survival situation, but I'm not. I just like all my family eat meat. I was raised on a chicken farm actually, and I raised chickens when I was little, and that's how the way I was taught. And
I would say that's
everyone
horrible.
around me. I mean, we treated the chickens very well, and I don't think it was.
Well, clearly you
immoral.
didn't because they're all dead.
I mean, we didn't it was a hen farm for eggs, and we didn't eat them. They were kind of like pets, and they weren't even caged. Like, we had 13 acres, and we let them roam around the property as they pleased. And they could go back in at night because they chose to. The chickens chose to go back in the barn at night because we fed them and took care of them, and we would take eggs, and they wouldn't even care that the eggs were gone.
Yeah, but you killed them all once they stopped laying eggs.
Well, maybe if it was like a factory farm or a big farm, we didn't do that, or at least maybe my dad wouldn't do that, but we usually kept them until old age, until they died.
Even if they weren't producing any eggs.
Yeah, because it was just like our hobby. Like, it
was a hobby farm. Okay. Well,
yeah,
that's
it wasn't
a bit
like a
that's entirely different than the egg industry, but there's still ethical issues with that. Like, you are breeding animals that are prone to have disease, and like, what would happen with male chicks?
I mean, when we would buy, I guess we would buy the chickens from the industry, and we would mostly try to buy hens, so we weren't directly
Yeah,
killing roosters, but
so the male
we would
chicks would
buy
have been
roosters, and
killed.
we kept a lot of roosters. Like we had a lot of roosters. They would naturally want to fight each other, and we try to keep them separated.
Yeah,
But we
but
had a lot of roosters, but we wouldn't kill them.
the issue with that still is that if you're buying from a company that produces female hens, they're going to kill the male chicks and maybe keep a few if somebody wants to buy roosters.
Yeah. But
like, what's your issue with
mean-
name the trait? Because like I don't. Did you just want clarification with how name the trait worked?
I just wanted to have like a conversation like with what you meant, because I don't see. I still like if I'm in a survival situation, I don't think people have been immoral all throughout time. And I think it's just a recent modern thing that it's become immoral in today's society, because now we have so many options that you should choose differently, because there is so many options and we don't have to anymore. That's my view. But
Okay, well, I just have the opinion that it's always been immoral, and it's only now that we've had like a cultural awakening to see how immoral it is.
yeah.
All right.
I don't really have anything else to add,
Sure.
but
Yeah.
if I think of anything, maybe in the future I'll
Yeah,
come back to you.
No problem.
Yo, vegan, bro. My bad for that boomer ass interaction before on Discord, bro. I saw how retarded I looked in the fucking stream.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
no
I
problem.
just figured it out. Yeah.
What
Yeah,
did
so,
you
bro,
what did you want to talk about?
Bro, so I was just wondering, first of all, because I never heard you speak on this in any of your streams. I was wondering if you could steel man the carnivore position just for like a mental exercise to see what you think the strongest argument is for carnivorism.
That is super difficult, man.
Because with you, like your channel is surrounded around this, so I'm sure you've had some, big insights personally into what you think the best arguments are just to combat them. So, what's the best argument you think you found?
Like I don't think there really are any great arguments. It comes down to values, right? If you just personally do not value the lives of conscious creatures that have, like, say, a lower level of sentience or a lower level of intelligence or aren't human, then like you're just gonna have to basically admit that you're okay with killing human beings that are low level of intelligence and maybe lower level of sentience. Like that's really what it would come down to.
Does this go down to fish and like mosquitoes? Like, how far do you bring this argument to? Do you think it's immoral to smack a mosquito?
No. So in a case like that, you could argue mosquitoes may not be sentient. That is possible.
Okay, well, that's kind of a fine line that we're drawing there.
No.
But what about fish? What about fish?
So first of all, like mosquitoes may not be sentient or have an extremely low level of sentience, and when you smack a mosquito, you're doing it in self-defense. So killing in self-defense, I don't see as an issue. And as far as fish, I'm agnostic on fish because most fish are carnivorous. So if it would reduce rights violations, then I'd be in favor of killing fish. If it wouldn't reduce rights violations, then I'd be against killing fish. But fish are clearly conscious.
Yeah, they're clearly. But I just think like we would have to have some really definitive definition of sentience in order for you to claim that mosquitoes aren't sentient. Would you agree with that? You have to really quantify that in a pretty solid manner.
By sentience, I mean the ability to have a subjective experience. So it literally just means if you have a mind that can experience anything. That's what sentience is.
If you have a mind that's able to experience, okay, so.
And
what says that mosquitoes don't have a mind, just at a really minute scale?
Yeah, so I don't know if mosquitoes have a brain. They may only have like a few neurons or nerve ganglia. I'm not sure. Like I'm not a mosquito expert.
You could pretty much claim that all humans are nerve endings and and brain matter and etc. And by that stance, like there's going to be a certain scale of insects, right? So you're going to get to a certain point up the evolutionary chain, we're going to say, okay, that's a brain, and I think that's a really difficult thing to quantify.
Well, yeah, I mean, you do run into that issue with lobsters because I think they have something like 100,000 neurons, but they don't technically have a brain, but they're still usually considered sentient. So there is a bit of a gray area there, and you do have to kind of weigh out the evidence in favor of sentience and the potential harm you may be creating. So usually I just take the precautionary principle. I wouldn't want to cause, suffering to a creature, for no real reason. So that's why I'm okay with like smacking mosquitoes, because they're a threat to you. So you're just protecting yourself. If mosquitoes if mosquitoes like caused no harm to anybody, and they didn't bite you, I wouldn't be in favor of just smacking mosquitoes.
But anything causes harm to anything, right? Like there's going to be a certain thing that causes harm to another being or thing in its stratosphere or in its atmosphere. Like, for example, mosquitoes, their level of sentience is obviously much lower than humans, but like if we go to abortion, right, which I know your stance on that, which I think is kind of interesting considering that how much you value animal life. Like,
do you know my stance on abortion? Because I changed it recently.
My understanding came from your debate with Destiny, but yeah, you could summarize it just so I have a better idea.
So I'm fine with abortion pre-sentience. So I think a fetus gains sentience probably somewhere between 8 to 12 weeks. Pre-sentience, I'm fine with abortion.
And sentience the same?
Yeah. You can use those words interchangeably. The reason I prefer to use the term sentience is because it's more specific. Because you could say somebody's unconscious, but they're still sentient. So, like, if they're in a dream or asleep or in a coma, they would be unconscious. So sentience is just more specific.
Honestly, I didn't become conscious until I was like 4 years old, I feel like.
No, you were conscious. It's just that your hippocampus, like the ability to store long-term memory, doesn't really kick in until I think you're like over the age of 2.
But does the potential for sentience have any moral value to you?
No. Potential sentience doesn't have any value to me. So it's only current sentience.
So you would value a pig over a 6-week-old fetus?
Yeah, certainly.
That's ridiculous, bro. You don't think there's anything different about the human experience or like ability for potential for that human experience that you would overvalue over an animal?
No.
That has no value?
No. They're not sentient right now. I don't care about future sentience.
Okay. Okay. So just back to the carnivore points, do you think that the fact that the majority of our ancestors, I know you're going to claim some Eskimo tribe, that they lived off of fish or whatever, but I think it's fair to say that the majority of our ancestors have predominantly eaten meat. Would that be something that you would agree on?
Yeah.
So do you think that has no biological merit to our ability to garner nutrients from meat as our primary source in our diet? Do you think that we've evolved in any way to absorb the nutrients from meat more efficiently than we would have from no?
No. So you can look at like the enzymes we produce, like pepsin, that breaks down meat very well. Well, herbivorous animals also have those enzymes. So if anything, herbivorous animals might actually be, just as good at breaking down meat. It's just that there's other issues with their digestive system that might make them more prone to things like constipation, and the way they metabolically deal with things like cholesterol makes them more prone to, say, heart disease.
But they also have different salivatory glands that decomposes the toxic chemicals that are in multiple plant sources, right?
No, there's amylase.
Can you elaborate?
Like, amylase is just a starch digesting enzyme.
Okay, because like it's scientifically proven that certain vegetation does produce like toxins in order to deter people from eating the plants, right?
Well, like there are poisonous plants.
Yeah, but like, not to bring up the Saladino guide, but
He's
there's a
a fucking
spectrum of
moron.
toxicity.
No, there
Come on,
isn't
bro.
a
The guy's an MD, and
spectrum.
the guy's dedicated his life to that. Like,
No,
there's some
so
substance
I
to
don't
that,
care
bro.
if he's a medical doctor. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. If he's going to claim that plants have evolved to deter animals from eating them, and there's like the spectrum of toxicity, the toxicity spectrum doesn't make any sense, because if you can live to reproductive age and have children while eating these plants, then there's no evolutionary pressure to make these plants more toxic. Like I haven't even seen any evidence for like plant toxicity. Like he says broccoli is bad for you. Where's the evidence that broccoli is bad for you? People who eat more broccoli live longer. So Saladino is a fucking idiot.
The
From what I
guy's
learned, it's
created
the
a
dosage that
career
makes the
based on
poison.
that. Sorry?
From what I heard, it's like the dose makes the poison, like depending on what you eat.
Like in theory, you could eat like 20 pounds of broccoli within like 30 minutes, and then I can't remember the toxin that's in it, but nobody eats that much fucking broccoli.
Yeah,
No,
that would be
I
an
know.
absurd amount of broccoli. But like, I'm just looking at this objectively, right? Because if what you're saying is true, then this guy, every single piece of fucking evidence he's ever proposed in his entire life, which he basically made a career off and has manipulated multiple athletes and several celebrities into trying this diet and finding some sustenance with it. You're just saying that's all a sham, and he's basically a show.
He is a massive grifter. So
He's a grifter.
I've reviewed a few of his debates, but the guy is just trying to make money off of this whole carnivore thing and sell supplements. His arguments hinge off of mechanistic speculation. So he'll never show a randomized trial or a population study linking vegetable intake to disease. What he'll do is he'll say, oh, this plant has like microscopic picogram levels of a certain toxin. And then he proposes, if you eat this every day for, 20 years, you might get some autoimmune disease from it. So it's entirely speculative. He has literally no evidence in support of his claims.
Okay. So even the likes of I don't know, there's like a couple other big carnivore guys, like I think Ken Berry or something. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. He got his medical
Ken
license
Berry.
suspended because he was doing this really controversial procedure called a vampire facial, and he was exposing his staff and his patients to potentially HIV. So he got his medical license suspended temporarily. He's a fucking fraud.
The guy's like 2 million subs, bro. That's crazy.
I don't care about his sub count. The guy's a fucking crackpot.
No, that just means he's spreading his message to a big group of people. But like, even the evidence that they claim that a lot of people who were on a plant-based diet for a prolonged period of time experienced like several nutrient deficiencies and imbalances in certain hormones. Like, have you taken a look at his blood work by any chance? Did you see him going over his blood work?
Berry? Not Ken Berry
Paul.
specifically,
Paul
but
Saladino.
I've seen Paul. Yeah, he used to have testosterone that was in the gutter.
He brought fruits, right? He brought fruits into his diet. That's what he said was the...
Yeah, the reason... So he was on a carnivore diet where he was only eating meat. His testosterone was in the gutter, and his cholesterol was through the fucking roof. And then he started eating fruit, and then his blood markers improved, including his testosterone. So he doesn't really know much about nutrition. He should have known that before following that diet, because carbohydrates are necessary for testosterone production. They lower cortisol, and if you eat a like zero carb diet, you're going to have cortisol levels that are through the roof, which is a stress hormone, and it's going to bring your testosterone to like literally hypogonadal levels. And your cholesterol is going to be through the roof because you're eating no fiber, and you're eating a diet super high in saturated fat and cholesterol, and his cholesterol is still high. And he just does this cope for it where he claims cholesterol isn't linked to heart disease when it absolutely is. And I've challenged him to a debate on the issue. He will not debate me. He debated a cardiologist who absolutely destroyed him, and he keeps telling his audience he won that debate even though he fucking didn't.
Is it what's his name? Falzer or something? You know what I'm talking? He was like a famous dietitian. He was like a figure skater or some shit. that guy?
He debated an actual cardiologist. I can't remember the cardiologist's
heart doctor.
name, but yeah, but he got absolutely destroyed. And
Is
he,
Paul about to? Sorry.
What's
And
up?
that debate was about cholesterol specifically.
Yeah, the debate was about cholesterol specifically, and he titled it I think it's in the title, Cardiologist Debates Paul Saladino or something. But I would watch that debate. The cardiologist was absolutely right. Paul was wrong. The only part in the debate where the cardiologist kind of slipped up was when Paul gave him a link to a study that he had no preparation beforehand to read, and he just didn't really have a response to that. But yeah, Paul has been dodging a debate with me for a while. I've challenged him to a debate. It's easy to debunk his
That'd be
claims.
sick. That'd be a good
Didn't you
debate.
accept the debate with James Aspie?
That's with Sean Baker. Sean Baker is
right,
supposed to be debating James Aspie.
But bro, you put like some serious mass on
Thanks.
in the past
I'm
5
sorry,
years.
I'm gonna interrupt here. Sorry about
Yeah,
that.
go for it, bro. Go for it.
Yeah, so just by default, there's a lot of like vegan athletes. I run nearly like every single day. Not every single day, but almost every single day. I cycle. You got vegan gains, Richard in here, a lot of other people just by default, like all the us, exist and challenge the narrative that you need any animal-based products for that.
Yeah,
There's
you don't.
like vegans since birth. A lot of people becoming like vegan since they were born, and more becoming vegan, and that challenged the narrative right there. So just what
But what do you make of these like, thousands and thousands of anecdotes? Because once you have a certain amount of anecdotes, it doesn't really become anecdotal anymore. Like there's definitely
No, they're
something.
still anecdotal.
It could be a reduction of inflammatory foods. Maybe reduction in processed goods. But no, it's undeniable, bro. That's why it became a wave, right?
The
This wouldn't have
amount
become
of
such a prominent-
delusional hypochondriac wackos does not make, a certain sum of anecdotal claims legitimate.
But it's not
So
lunatic. It's guys
the-
with like serious neurodeficiencies or autoimmune deficiencies, and they've like had like tangible improvements, right?
Yeah, so I mean, like this is just selection bias. You have people who say have health issues. They go to Paul Saladino, and then their health improves after following the diet that he puts them on. That doesn't mean that particular diet is what helped them. It just means their diet improved. So it like this is why you need randomized trials or prospective cohorts. You can't just rely on anecdotes. Like their health improvements may entirely be attributed to weight loss. Might not have anything to do with their dietary choices. Or their improvements to their health might be due to a particular biomarker. And again, it didn't have anything to do with their dietary choices. Or maybe it did have something to do with their dietary choices and they just needed to add more fruit to their diet. Whereas before they were eating zero fruit. And then Paul made them eat a variety of fruits. And that's what improved their diet and had nothing to do with meat. Or it might have had something to do with eliminating processed foods. So, like, just because, like, Paul's diet prescription might help certain people, it doesn't mean that diet is what is specifically the cause of their health improvement. It may just be a general improvement to their diet that didn't require, his particular carnivore diet prescription.
Do you deny that there's been a bunch of studies to show that vegans, at least certain vegans, have some serious nutrient deficiencies? That's one of the main talking points, right? Nutrient deficiencies.
So you can find a variety of nutrient deficiencies in any population. Americans tend to be deficient in vitamin D, especially if you have dark skin. I know among vegans, iodine deficiencies are fairly common. Among meat eaters, folate deficiencies are very common. So it depends on the population. And yeah, there are certain trends that you'll see in given diets, but there's nothing unique about a vegan diet.
But you acknowledge that you're like not normal, right? Like if you think stereotypically of a vegan, it's not going to be a guy who's 230 pounds, right?
Well,
Like, would
I
you-
work out though. Like
not
most
the majority
vegans
of the
don't
people-
lift weights like I do.
But how did you even put on that mass? Like, what's your main source of protein? Is it tofu?
Well, tofu, seitan are probably the two biggest sources of protein for me. I also take protein
What's
powder.
seitan?
Seitan
What's
is
seitan?
wheat gluten.
Wheat gluten?
Why when you debate your angle is usually evolved around ethics and not around nutrition?
Well, because I'm a vegan activist. Like, veganism is the idea that animals should have the same rights as human beings. Like, that's my main focus.
Well, I watch Mike the Vegan, and he usually comes at it with like nutrition, and then like Dr. Michael Greger comes at it with the nutrition angle, and I think that's very effective. And then I listen to you with your ethics angles too, but
Well,
I was just wondering why are you at a different angle?
I think from their perspective, there are a lot of people who are reluctant to go vegan because of health-related reasons. So they focus a lot of their strategy around convincing people that it's healthful. But I'm just more interested in the ethics. But, you know, if I do get into a nutrition debate, I'll debate nutrition.
Question on
But-
ethics.
Yeah.
Go for it, bro.
What are your thoughts on collective liberation, like intersectionality?
So what does that mean?
I don't know how to put this. The idea, like, no one is free until everyone is free. Like, getting involved into, well, just being an ally with other movements, such as, like, you know, other human oppression.
So the term intersectionality was used in an academic context to describe how certain forms of oppression will affect certain groups differently. So sexism will affect black women differently than it will affect white women. So, like, when you invoke the term intersectionality in like colloquial concept that you're talking about, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, why would one group being freed from some form of oppression not be freed because some other group is oppressed? It just doesn't make sense to me.
I guess just to give you an idea, like, just to be an ally. I'm sorry, I'm not wording this correctly. Shit, 1 sec, I lost the stream.
I have a question about name the trade. If
Sure. Yeah, go for
you
it.
could jump in. So when you debate, you're pointing out a contradiction in their stated values, but it seems like when they're done the debate, they go back and they eat the meat. Do you think actions say more about values than what someone says?
Well, I think when it comes to action, it shows strength of character rather than actual values, because it may be easier for them to eat meat. They might like the taste, and there's people who, but there are those same people who will say eating meat is horrible and wrong. I recognize that, but I just can't go vegan. I think it says more about their strength of character than what their values are.
How do you define consciousness?
Well, the ability to have a subjective experience.
Would you consider like AI conscious, even though it makes intelligent decisions?
No, intelligence is separate. So you can be intelligent but not have a consciousness.
I mean, some would argue that AI can become conscious in
Yeah,
the
it can.
future, or is
Yeah,
semi-conscious.
it certainly can, but right now AI only has intelligence, not consciousness.
Like, I don't know if we have a different definition of consciousness. I feel like I didn't become conscious till I was like 4 years old. Like, I don't have any memories before then.
Yeah, but that's storing memory. That has nothing to do with consciousness.
Like, what do you think about Peter Singer's claim that a woman can have an abortion up until the kid's like 2?
He's a fucking crazy wacko. I don't like
Okay,
Peter Singer.
I have a problem with your
Okay,
abortion
at least you agree with that. But did you watch the whatever debate on abortion with Destiny? Because that guy got pretty deep philosophically and he can definitely elaborate more on the philosophical
I
issues with abortion than I can.
I did watch Destiny's last abortion debate. I think Destiny won. Some of it comes down to, again, a difference in values. Like, that guy values future sentience and stuff. But I think Destiny overall won that debate.
So you would basically say to someone who's mentally incapacitated in a current state that since they already had previous subjective experience, then their life is considered valuable. Would that be your claim?
Yeah, so they've had a previous subjective experience, and you would assume if they are going to wake up 9 months later, they would want to be conscious again. So it's not analogous to somebody never being conscious and then aborting them before they can be conscious.
What do you think about claims to intuition? Like just thinking that something is intuitively immoral or something like that?
I don't think you can rely on intuition, because your intuition can lead to very horrible things.
Yeah, that's true. But I think if you did a poll in whatever country, that has some sort of ethical standing, they would value a fucking fetus over a pig, bro. Like, let's be real here. Would you disagree with that poll? If we actually took the stats?
I don't care what other people think. I have my own values.
Okay, but it says something that if a collective or a majority of people, like that's how you kind of gauge things politically, even.
Well, majority of people in Nazi
majority of
Germany
people that
supported
agree
the
with it.
Nazi Party. Like, again, I don't care about other people's opinions. I have my own values.
In your view, is it always immoral to be a speciesist?
Yes. If you're going to judge, like, if you're going to take away rights purely on the basis of species, I think that's immoral. Just like the same reason racism is immoral.
Wait, vegan gains. Have you heard the? I think this is a theory that fetuses, because of the low oxygen environment in the womb, aren't actually conscious until they're out until they're given birth.
I have not heard of that argument. I don't think there's a good amount of evidence for that argument either. I could certainly say that, yeah, like, a fetus has a lower level of sentience, but just the fact that it's a low oxygen environment, I don't think that's adequate evidence to prove that there's no sentience. Like, you can prove that fetuses can experience pain at about 3 months gestation, so...
Yeah, so I have a problem with your abortion position. I think if your standard is to value the fetus because it is sentient and it came about by irresponsibility, that you would have to agree that contracting parasites through a similar analogous amount of irresponsibility would make it immoral to rid yourself of the parasites who are in your body by your own mistakes or your own irresponsibility.
Parasites have a parasitic relationship, and they're violent.
Well, so does a fetus.
No.
Yeah,
I don't
it
understand how a fetus has a parasitic relationship.
Well, it is at the cost of the mother for no benefit to the mother.
Okay, but again, you're talking about a conscious life that is there because of your own actions.
Okay, so if a conscious parasite was in your body because of your own irresponsible actions, like, let's say, eating a plant food that is known to have like a 50% chance of giving you a parasite, then you would have to also agree that this is immoral to remove said parasites from your body, assuming that they have a level of sentience.
Oh no, they're killing the babies.
Well, you know what? I have to get back to my stream. I can't chat on Discord the entire time. Vegan, send me either an email or a message on Discord. I'd be more than happy to debate you on abortion some other time.
Okay, thank you.
Vegan,
And
I
shout out
appreciate
to
the
my
time, bro.
partner Marty.
Yeah, no problem. You guys came from
Thanks, man, I
Destiny's
appreciate
stream, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you're all really...
Sniggers.
Yeah, I appreciate how you were all really respectful and everything, aside from the guy who shared penises in the chat. But yeah,
You
it's
too,
cool.
bro. After the kick or keep debate, I was kind of stressed coming into this Discord call, bro.
Yeah. But yeah, I'd
You
like
were
to see you
ruthless
guys in
on
here
the
some
kid.
other
You were
time. Thanks
ruthless
for
on
coming
Kicker
by.
Key, bro.
Bye,
Yeah,
Richard.
Thank you.
Take
I
care.
love you.
Bye.
All right.
How do you cope with knowing that once we die, nothing happens? There's no afterlife, just eternal void. Nothing we did matters. Also, opinion on raw vegan diets. Please make your answers to my donos less short. I'm lonely and you're my only friend, VG.
I don't have to cope with the idea of dying and not having any consciousness because it's not something that worries me. Everybody dies. Every conscious being that's come before you has died. It's not something I can avoid, so I don't stress over it. And I don't find the proposition stressful either. Were you in any form of distress before you were born? No. So, yeah, death is an end to all pleasure, but it's also an end to all suffering and any worry that you've ever had. So I'm not worried about dying. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Tranny. Hope that helps.
I hate my mom with every bone in my body. I literally can't wait till the day she dies so I can piss and spit all over her gravesite. I literally masturbate to the idea of her slowly dying, hearing her pain and agony screaming at her last dying breath.
Well, your mom's a bitch, so I can definitely sympathize with that. Thanks for the donation, Joker.
In Gonbar name ha bas kosh halialaki mandan. Isha masi misha vard, var bas mishavid has rot. Masi bishtar shenaktanya vod. Karbadi barabari yek bishtari migayatazea kazam bibahan he moktalef. Tash skor azakai krimi mojri barname paga. As.
I don't speak Spanish, but thanks for the donation, Mandalam. Brendan donated $2. Watch Dutch politician Thierry Baudet, a Tate fan, get smacked in the face with an umbrella in Belgium. You think this looks real or staged? Let me see.
Goedenavond. Leuk om hier te zijn. Goedenavond. Politie! Nee, fascismo! Nee, putinismo! Nee, fascismo! Nee, putinismo! Nee, fascismo! Nee, putinismo!
That does not look staged, and since he's a Tate fan, he definitely deserved it. Thanks for the donation, Brendan.
How do you feel about having so many views? Is this a record? You were at 1,700 views before. Are you happy? Or it doesn't make a difference to you? Also, everyone watching from Destiny, make sure you watch tomorrow's debate with a really stupid woman. It's gonna be good.
Yeah, it's gonna be good. She's pretty dumb. It's cool having more viewers. So, yeah, I don't mind it. Like, the more viewers, the better, really. But, yeah, it's cool. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I just have to go take a piss. I will be right back in just a minute. Yeah. Dude, romaine lettuce makes me fart like crazy.
Now I have about like 24 Amish buddies. So he said the pork should be ready next week. So I should be getting a call from the pork butcher. And we
Nah, not chatting with anybody in Discord anymore. It's just taking too much time.
should have the pork shares back available next week, which I'm excited about. I think I was telling you guys in the last vlog, you know, we've been selling expensive Iberico pork. So now we're going to have affordable pork share. And I'm going to make sure he does it nice and you guys have a variety of pork to choose from. I don't think I said it, but turkey pre-orders, you know, available, going strong. Yeah, I'll talk.
What time is the debate tomorrow?
Let me check. I think it's at 7, but it might be at 8. Let me just check my messages with this person. For some reason, Instagram isn't loading. Oh, there we go. Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern. Thanks for the donation, James. Appreciate it.
More about what we're doing this week, I guess, in tomorrow's vlog, but hopefully I feel a little better. Because guys, if I had
Thoughts on no-state solution? What the fuck is a no-state solution? Like what? Wiping Israel and Palestine off the map?
days like that once or twice a week, I would just throw in the towel. Like, if it happens once or twice a month, like I feel like that, it's fine, I can deal with it, but not fun. See you guys Tuesday. What's up, guys? It is Tuesday. Just normal business stuff going on. We got a few deliveries in. One was mainly we ran out of bottled water because I basically rinse everything with glass bottled mineral water because I don't like making money on my business, apparently. And we also just got delivery of boxes and shipping.
Yes, my chair is vegan. I made sure it's made with synthetic leather. And my ceiling is also vegan, too. I throw oranges on my ceiling all the time.
Boxes. So my guys have all the orders packed up and ready. It's around 1 o'clock, just after lunchtime. And we got order of boxes in. So we got a meat delivery in, some oxtails.
Ew.
Boning quail, back in stock. We got some of the big kind of Thor's hammer beef shanks in. Yeah, mostly some things I'll show you guys later this week. Yeah, we got a bunch.
Yeah, you have to be stupid to buy from Frank. Not only does this place look disgusting as fuck, but these aren't even his products. Like, you can see it's packaged and labeled with a different company. Like, why the fuck wouldn't you order directly from this company or find it at a local grocery store? But instead, you're buying it at a huge markup from Frank, and you have to pay for, like, shipping and everything.
Mostly some things I'll show you guys later this week. Yeah, we got a bunch of other stuff that just needs to be labeled and portioned, and then I need to get either a ladder or a scissor lift before these smoke alarms drive me officially crazy. Good news is we do have more eggs coming on Friday. I found a completely different farmer that can send us a few 100 dozen eggs. And then our duck farmer is also going to send us some chicken eggs. And our regular chicken egg farmer might send us some chicken eggs. We might have a different price because this farmer has his chickens like more free range, so he wanted to charge us more for the eggs. But we'll see. We've been kind of desperate for anything, so hopefully we start getting some eggs in this Friday, which will probably be sold out by the time you guys see this video on Monday, so sorry about that. Yeah, I don't know what to do about this ice situation. Now, I'm saving a lot of money on the new dry ice, but now we kind of have to wait for Tuesday delivery, so that's a really big deal from like a perishable shipping perspective. Like, you should absolutely 100% ship everything out on Monday under any circumstance. I am definitely smelling the sauerkraut in this room. It is permeating through the freezer doors, so I'll have to check on that. I think it's ready this week. I forgot what day we started making it. Normally in a restaurant you like date and label everything, but bro, I just got an email from this older farmer guy. Some of you guys might remember I was talking about him in a vlog. I think we actually did a farm vlog. We filmed there a few years ago, or maybe a year ago. He just emailed me asking if I could use any beef, but you don't have a butcher up there. It's a nightmare. I probably have to tell him no. I feel bad for the guy.
It all looks like slaughterhouse rejects.
Yeah, it, just the whole place that Frank also, like, works from and ships from looks fucking disgusting, too. I don't know who in their right mind would buy from Frank when it's disgusting, rotting animal corpses, for one thing, and then it's getting, like, packaged and shipped in this fucking nasty-ass warehouse. Thanks for the donation, James.
He wants me to visit, but it's a little far. I think the farm's over 2 hours away. I'll see how I feel. Maybe. Oh wait, no, I don't know how. That was when I was in New York. I wonder how far he is from me now. Maybe he's closer. I'll have to check. So yeah. Anyway, got a bunch of items in stock. We also got the flat iron back. We got some bone and ribeyes available. I got the list here. Let me look at it for you guys. Flat iron's back. We got the bavette steaks, oxtail, whole quails. We showed you. Bone and ribeye, as I said. Beef shank we showed you. Just some ribeye that we ran out of, and some more whole slabs of beef belly. And then Saturday we're gonna go over and kill some pigs with a new Amish buddy. So we.
Fucking piece of shit. Brownsburg donated $2. As a guy who played hockey, did you ever play these? My neighbor from Canada introduced them to me. They were always aggressive when playing hockey and used to throw sticks at each other. Yeah, I played Gretzky's 3D hockey for the N64. I never owned this game myself. I never was into sports games, but I went over to a friend's house once and I played Gretzky's 3D hockey for N64. The only sports game that I owned that I enjoyed was it NHL Hits? GameCube? Yeah, I think it was NHL Hits GameCube, and it was 3v3.
Hi VG. So I've got two things. I got into an argument with my dad where he was name-calling me as a liberal and I struck him down by calling him a Nazi STRA to his fat fucking face. Also, MTG's being censored.
MTG is being censored. Oh, Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'll look at that in a second. Well, that's good that you hit him in the face. He deserved it. Thanks for the nation, Ben. Let me see this other link first. NHL Blades of Steel. I never played this. This looks like it's on PlayStation. I never had a PlayStation. I had an N64, GameCube, and then PS2. Whoa, this runs like shit. What the fuck? Is this how the game actually runs? How the fuck do you even play this? Yeah, the only hockey game that I ever played was NHL Hits. I liked that, the 3v3, and I liked the fights.
I wonder, is Frank meeting all health department regulations?
Probably not. And given that he did violate the USDA guidelines and got a big fine and everything before, it's really stupid that he shows the inside of his warehouse and crap. It only opens him up to more investigations and fines, and he might get his business shut down. Thanks for that donation, James.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Vermont seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, is this on? Pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intention.
What do I think about people who eat wild-caught salmon? Should they be castrated? Probably. Again, I'm kind of agnostic when it comes to carnivorous animals like fish, because oceanic ecosystems are pretty complex, but it's probably wrong to eat wild-caught salmon.
To raise a question of the privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows. House Resolution 610, censuring Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene. Whereas Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene has repeatedly fanned the flames of racism, anti-Semitism, hate speech against the LGBTQ community, Islamophobia, Asian hate, xenophobia, and other forms of hatred. Whereas Marjorie Taylor Greene has repeatedly debased the memories of thousands of victims of the terrorist attacks on September 11, 2001, by perpetuating conspiracy theories to shift blame and responsibility for mass murder. Whereas Marjorie Taylor Greene has repeatedly assaulted the foundation of our democracy by perpetuating conspiracy theories related to the January 6th attack on the Capitol, which sought to halt the peaceful transfer of power. Whereas Marjorie Taylor Greene has repeatedly called for violence against elected officials and their families. Whereas Marjorie Taylor Greene has repeatedly espoused anti-Semitic rhetoric and conspiracy theories, including through inflammatory evocations of the
Oh yeah, the Jewish space lasers.
Holocaust. Whereas on May 20th, 2021, Marjorie Taylor Greene said that the mask mandate in the House of Representatives was akin to Jews being put in trains and taken to gas chambers in Nazi Germany. Whereas on May 25th, 2021, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene tweeted, quote, vaccinated employees get a vaccination logo, just like the Nazis forced Jewish people to wear a gold star. Whereas
What a
on
crazy
February
bitch.
26th, 2022, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene appeared at a white nationalist.
Let's see.
Would you like a Pop-Tart?
Even if Pop-Tarts were vegan, I would not like a Pop-Tart. Those things are gross and taste like shit. I hated Pop-Tarts when I was a kid, and I know for sure I would not like them now. Thanks for the donation, yes sir.
Some dads just have kids to relive their own lives, like succeeding with girls in high school or doing well in sports where they didn't. Getting into better schools than them. Some may argue this is sweet, it is giving their kid a better life. I say nah.
Usually when parents want to live vicariously through their kids, they end up being abusive. So yeah, the thought might be, you know, genuine, where they want to have, you know, bring a life into the world that had a better life than them, but usually it just leads to abuse. Thanks for the donation though, Porky.
Event that was condemned by the Republican Jewish coalition as, quote, appalling and outrageous that a member of Congress would share a platform with an individual who has actively spread anti-Semitic bile, mocked the Holocaust, and promoted dangerous anti-Israel conspiracy theories. Whereas on September 1st, 2022, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene posted a tweet comparing President Joe Biden to Adolf Hitler that said, quote, Joe Biden is Hitler, hashtag Nazi Joe has to go, unquote. Whereas on September 1st, 2022,
Oh my God,
Marjorie
dude.
Taylor, the Asian American National Office,
just goes
whereas
on.
on February 27th, saying there was, quote, a so-called plane that crashed into the Pentagon, and, quote, it's odd that there's never been any evidence to show a plane at the Pentagon. Whereas
Wow, she denied the Pentagon attack?
on November 17th, 2018, Taylor
Holy
Greene liked
shit.
several posts and referred to those who participated in the January 6th attack on the Capitol as, quote, political prisoners of war. Whereas on December 10th, 2021,
Oh my God.
Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene said that if she had organized the January 6th attack on the Capitol, quote, we would have won, not to mention we would have been armed. Whereas
Holy shit. Marjorie Taylor Greene's a fucking crazy bitch.
extent
Yeah,
of
censor
her
her.
bile and hate, and Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene be censured with the public reading of this resolution by the Speaker.
Under Rule 9, a resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the majority leader or the minority leader as a question of the privileges of the House has immediate precedence only at a time designated by the chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the gentlewoman from Vermont will appear in the record at this point. The chair will not at this point determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. The determination will be made at the time designated for consideration of the resolution.
Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene absolutely should be censored. She's fucking crazy. She shouldn't be in Congress. Hamza donated $3. Let me see.
What you don't realize is there is a chemical inside of the tap water that decreases testosterone and causes a
There is not.
lot of hormonal problems in both men and women. The chemical comes from the birth control pill. So you know how many women will take the birth control pill every single day, and that basically stops them from being able to get pregnant. Parts of that stays inside the water that we drink if it's tap water.
No, it doesn't. So a woman taking a birth control pill and then, I don't know, pissing in the toilet, that does not cause additional estrogen in the tap water. That is stupid. By the way, hormones get excreted out of your body. So testosterone will get excreted out of your body. Estrogen will get excreted out of your body. Shitting actually makes you excrete testosterone. So if he's going to make this claim that birth control pills are increasing estrogen in the water supply, he should just be against people pissing and shitting in general, because like that actually increases estrogen and testosterone and in the water supply in theory. Like, by the way, these compounds break down. Like, estrogen isn't something that is, I don't know, indestructible, I guess. You're not getting extra estrogen in the actual water supply from putting it in water. It breaks down. Like, it doesn't just stay in water indefinitely.
It's not filtered out. What you don't realize is there is a chemical inside
That is super
of tap
stupid.
water.
Yeah, so just by pissing and shitting, you're excreting hormones. So if he's going to claim birth control pills increase estrogen in the water supply, they don't. And even if they did, that would be the case for pissing and shitting. So the idea that birth control pills would have any significant effect is just retarded. Like, that is just stupid. Yeah, water is bad for you now. What a fucking moron.
Fuck censoring. Throw Marjorie Taylor Greene into a fucking psycho ward.
She should be. She should be in a psych ward. She is fucking crazy. Like, when you start talking about Jewish space lasers, yeah, thanks for that donation, Dutchy.
Hey bro, Hamza is sleeping right now. I need you to send someone to come free me from his neck. Please VG, I want to be free.
Alright, I'll try to send somebody. Thanks for the donation, Hamza's necklace. Brown's Brick donated $2. Yeah, Canadians don't fucking play when it comes to hockey, lol. Let me see. The best hockey fights you will ever see is like the league below the NHL, like where they actually they're professional hockey players, and sometimes they get scouted for the NHL. I can't remember what some of the leagues are called. Those are where the best hockey fights are. They don't make as much money as the NHL, so the way they draw in crowds is by allowing fights. So you see way more fights. They go on for longer, and they're way more fucking vicious. Because they're dudes that are, like, probably on more steroids because there's no testing. They're super fucking hungry because, like, they're pro athletes, but they want to get to the next level. Ultra competitive, and you just see the sickest fucking hockey fights. The NHL doesn't even have the best fights. Fuck yeah! Goalie fight. Yeah, hockey fights are the best, dude. Yeah, that's pretty sick. Thanks for that donation, Brown's Brick.
We should have the pork share available very soon. He said he can do all the charcuterie and sausage products. So I need to make sure to buy some. So I got to write that down. I got to buy some spices and make some organic seasoning blends again. I have to decide what we're gonna do. Probably do a breakfast sausage and a plain sausage maybe. I don't know. Another meat delivery was supposed to come today, but they were at our Bronx location. They had our new address. They thought actually our new address in PA was us drop shipping to someone, so they took the other delivery over to the Bronx. So we're gonna try to get that in. I think I told you guys already we're gonna have the coconut oil potato chips back too. So pretty big Amish.
The coconut oil potato chips Frank sells are so bad. They're insanely overpriced. I think he was charging like, what was it, like $15 for a little bag or something? It was crazy. You can get coconut oil potato chips, like from a normal store. They don't cost nearly as much. And coconut oil potato chips are horrible for you. They're just worse for you because they're cooked in coconut oil. I don't know why he bothers. He could just sell normal fucking potato chips.
Has the NHL finally cleaned its goon problem? I heard that all the leaks were trying to Dario the Goonery.
Yeah, the NHL definitely doesn't have as many goons, quote unquote. Some of the lower leagues, though, I'm not so sure because, again, like one of the big reasons why people watch hockey is for the fights. So I don't even know why they'd care. Like, yeah, fighting's part of hockey. Just let people fight. It's so stupid. Thanks for that donation, though, James.
Delivery coming on Friday. I'm going broke, guys. I'm going broke. These Amish people charging me too much money for stuff. Oh, dude, last night I was like...
Yeah, coconut oil is not good for you. It's very high in saturated fat.
I was so pissed. FedEx Express didn't come, and I checked my phone at 6 o'clock, and my guys are telling me, so I basically had to pay one of my guys to come over, and when FedEx Express came over to pack up the truck, but... I mean, I was going to come over myself, but my stomach, I wasn't feeling too good with my stomach, and it was just a pain, dude. I can't be worrying about this stuff every day, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, that's going to be it for today, guys. We're out of quite a few things on the foods website. I might have been talking about that yesterday. We're out of like the Totomi's cookies, the meat granola, the regular granola bars, the quinoa crisp, and the best. But we're basically like out of every single thing. So maybe my guys will have some time this week to make some of that stuff. And I have to go home and film some shorts and some stuff for YouTube and get content up because I've been falling behind on the regular YouTube content. But you know, with the shadow banning and stuff, it's making more.
He still thinks he's shadow banned, but he uploads stupid videos like this that nobody fucking cares about.
More sense for me to start doing like in person things. You know, if I get shadow banned on if I get shadow banned on social media, I'll start walking around with flyers. I'll really lose my mind. I'll see you guys tomorrow, Wednesday. One more Tuesday bonus for you guys. We got a headphone delivery in, but I don't know, maybe there's a miscommunication. I thought I was ordering the same headphones as last time. These are an AirTube headset. We were previously selling AirTube earbuds. I guess these are good for like computer and stuff, and maybe some of you guys will like these instead, but they're pretty cheap and affordable, so I guess we'll have to roll with them. We got these black ones, and then we got some in white. If you guys are unfamiliar, normal headphones have like dirty electricity in the ears because there's an electrical tube going up to the ears, but this tube is actually air. So the electrical field ends like, you know, a few inches.
What? Sorry? What? This is something I've never fucking heard of before in my life. Air tube headphones? Is he insane?
Is a foot away from your head. So
radiation-free headphones. What?
This is like the healthy way to have headphones all day. What's up, guys? It is Wednesday. I'm still in a funk. I've been out of it since I did that drive.
What a fucking whack job. Like
There were some pro-Palestine protesters at my university blocking the bike path today. I started talking to that and asked if they condemn Hamas, and they said Hamas was just defending itself. They started talking over me and called me a fascist supporter.
Yeah, what fucking pieces of shit. I really wish those university students could get like kicked off campus. They really should be kicked off campus. Like, if you support terrorism and a group like Hamas, you should be banned from fucking campus. It's fucking crazy. Thanks for the donation, though, Top G. Oh, Dodo donated $2. What is Alan Wake about, and what's the first game about? Because I never watched or played it. Can you explain? Also, you're going to stop watching this Frank video and play the game in 8 minutes, right? No, we're going to... Since James donated so much, unless he says otherwise, we're going to try to get through at least most of the video. Maybe we'll skip through some of it if it's boring. But we're going to watch this. I still want to watch some of the Daniel debate, and probably around 1-ish maybe we'll play Alan Wake. They're not allowing for preloads too, so we have to wait for the game to download. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Appreciate it. Oh yeah, and Basically, the story of Alan Wake is a writer had interdimensional evil beings enter his reality by writing about them. So he was writing a story and his story started coming to life. And these interdimensional evil beings invaded our reality because of his writing. That's the general story of Alan Wake. But thanks again, Dodo.
And not much going on today. We had a small amount of orders to pack up. The electric pallet jacks are not charging. The background noise is my guy using a regular pallet jack. I don't know if it's... I've tried several different outlets. Maybe it needs to be a certain electrical amp outlet. I'll have to try one more outlet today and see if it works. Main issue now is the heat seal tape on the vacuum sealer needs to be replaced. I bought the tape last year and I guess it was lost in the transition when we moved. Maybe it's lying around somewhere, but it's this like special Teflon tape that they don't sell it in hardware stores, so now I got to get it as soon as possible and replace it on this machine. It looks like something I can do myself. Yeah, I don't think there's much to show you guys today, and $1 a pound right now, but we have plenty of oxtail. Head like for half.
Oh, more of the headphones.
Use these new headphones because I've been having like some slight ear issues,
I think this one might be a good one. Can we watch?
Let me take a look, Gohan. Oh. New Blaha video from his actual channel. And I see that he's using a shitty low-quality webcam to record. Because he cares about quality content. Sure. I have no fucking idea. Is that a girdle?
What is that? Is that a banjo?
I think that's a banjo on a shirt.
The banjo on its face is like perfect.
Yeah. Thanks for the nation, Gohan.
Here's the despicable tweet where she compared President Biden to Hitler also. I was telling my coworkers that I'd rather be called a lib than a Nazi and they agreed. Lol, fuck my Nazi father.
Yeah, being called a lib is definitely better than being called a Nazi. What we all saw tonight from Biden, I guess when President Butterbeans is frail, weak, and dementia-ridden, the Hitler imagery was their attempt to make him look tough while he declares war on half of America as enemies of the state, or it's real. Marjorie Taylor Greene is... It is insane how somebody who's like literally a QAnon whack job can become a member of Congress. Like, it's fucked. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
Hey everybody, it's Jason Blaha here, and it's time for another coffee chat.
Dodo Donators, this is interesting. Look at the massively Republican areas of New York City. Looks like the margins for Trump. Let me see. Yeah, Jesus.
I went to the protesters genuinely asking if they support Palestinians but condemn Hamas. I figured they would have some excuse, but they went straight to defending Hamas. They were also blocking the bike path like assholes. Ty for being right on this, VG.
They're gonna have to defend Hamas. I mean, there's no way of them having this position that, you know, Palestine is this, I don't know, like, they infantilize everyone, right? So any kind of marginalized group they have to infantilize, and obviously they have to make Hamas seem like they're harmless in some way, or they're just doing the right thing. So yeah, obviously they're gonna do that. They're pieces of shit. Fuck them. Hopefully they get hit in the head with a bike lock or something. That is crazy how Republican New York is becoming. Wow. I don't know how the fuck anybody can vote for Trump at this point. Then look at this map. Let me see. To stem mumps outbreak, doctors try an extra vaccination. And the outbreak is in New York? That's interesting. Yeah, Orthodox Jews aren't vaccinating. Brilliant. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Rate this diss track from track and field TikToker Erin Brown. Only 2 minutes long. Please watch the whole thing. I personally think it goes hard.
Let me see.
Some 24 years old, your ass still roll. Mention me all the time, but you a hoe. I ain't got sympathy for nobody who grown as a bitch and stepped on. You ran 54 and you went to jail. I promise we are not the same. You rolled as a bitch, you in Division 2. Boy, you need to stay in your lane. And mama, don't worry, I never go to a meet to run 22. It hurt me not being able to cross that line and see a 21. Jay Johnson ass is rolled. His ass is slow. Look, bro ain't PR'd in 5 years. Why the hell you talking? You a joke. All that TikToking that you did, buddy, I'm fed up. I'm the spider, you a bed bug. We was supposed to race and you was scared, bruh. Clown.
Okay, this is a pretty good diss track. Rate it, I'd say that's probably 8 out of 10. Thanks for the donation, niggas in Paris.
When women complain about men not approaching them, do they really want men in general to approach them, or just a certain type of guy to approach them, which might happen to be a small pool of dudes?
So usually when women complain about men approaching them, just in general, yeah, they're talking about the idea that they're entitled and they should only have certain men approach them. If women are complaining about men approaching them in certain places like the gym when they just want to work out, that's probably different. But yeah, when women complain about men approaching them just in general, like anywhere, they're complaining about certain dudes approaching them, not just the fact that men approach them. Thanks for the donation though, Mike.
Thoughts?
We are coming on the air at this hour.
Pentagon says U.S. hit 2 Syrian facilities in self-defense strikes. Let me see.
With breaking news, the United States has just struck 2 Iranian-linked locations in eastern Syria. That, U.S. says, is in retaliation for attacks against U.S. personnel. A new statement from Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin says that these were what the U.S. is calling self-defense strikes. They describe them as precision self-defense strikes against 2 facilities in eastern Syria. These are against what the U.S. officials describe as Iranian-backed forces, Iranian-backed attacks against U.S. forces. And the statement from Secretary Austin says they are unacceptable and must stop. Iran wants to hide its hand and deny its role in these attacks against our forces.
Yeah, you're probably going to see a war with Iran pretty soon. Again, I'm not against that. I think that's probably a good thing. Iran is a horrible fucking dictator state. Not only are they horrible to their own people, but they're supporting terror all across the Middle East, and they're responsible for the October 7th attack. I think at this point they've become so hostile, you absolutely should go to war with Iran and cause a regime change. Thanks for the donation, Gay Niggas VG.
Here's a fun fact. The volume of veterinary estrogens given to livestock each year in the US is 5 times the volume of EE2, synthetic estrogen, consumed by women who use hormonal birth control methods. I hope Hamza doesn't advocate for consuming dairy.
He does. He says butter and ghee are good for you. And I think he's also good with like whole milk consumption. So yeah, he recommends consuming dairy even though it contains natural estrogens. He's an idiot. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Vegans have, thanks for the donation, vegans have huge penises. Let's see. Logan's mom donated $2. May this bring you joy, oh great one. No way. Oh my god. He's gonna go off a jump?
Bradley. That's how you do it, right there. Oh shit.
Dude, he face planted. I don't know how he still has his teeth. That wasn't very smart. Oh, this is great. That is not making it up. There's no way that could have that sort of approach angle. That's not making it up, dude. Yeah.
It's gonna scrape.
That's a nice Yamaha. Oh, that's an easy one. Come on. If this guy can't get it... Wow. What a fucking idiot. Dude, that was an easy ramp.
You're in control 100% of the time. Even when you're left, you stop when you want to stop. I'm only using the front brake right now. If I wanted to, I could use the clutch and the front brake on heavier bikes. And again, 100% control at all times. Stop.
Why are they wetting the ramp? That's a weird one. Let's see. Dodo Donatillers, you were looking at Long Island, not New York City. Look back at the map at New York City. I was pointing out the Orthodox Jewish areas in Brooklyn vote for Trump by like 90% in the middle of New York City, where the surrounding blocks are voting for Biden by like 70 to 80. Why are so many of the Orthodox Jews so Republican? That's weird. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. FFG donated $3. Didn't have anything to say, but thanks for the donation, FFG.
Why don't you play Hollow Knight on stream? Also, why haven't you played a real video game on stream like Elden Ring yet? Get good, son.
I have played Elden Ring on stream. I didn't like it. I thought it was kind of crappy. I haven't played Hollow Knight. That's one I might end up playing. And we're going to play Alan Wake tonight, because that just came out and I've been looking forward to that game for a while. But thanks for the donation, Pierre. Pierre-it.
Meanwhile, in Istanbul, Turkey. Also, in Ankara, Turkey.
Holy shit. Jews not allowed. Like, why? Holy fuck. Baby killer Israel. Oh my god. Fucking stupid. Yeah, well, that's Muslim nations for you. Thanks for the donation, Bend Over. That guy's pretty good at that. For some reason, this reminds me of the head crabs from Half-Life.
React to this TikTok from the same guy.
Alright, I will take a look, niggas in Paris.
This is insane to me. Blood right here, Robert Card, popped out at a bowling alley in Maine. And at times I be forgetting Maine is even a real place. But bro popped out to a bowling alley in Maine, and bro lit it up like it was the 4th of July. They say Unc popped at 100 people. He killed like 20 people. Kids involved. And I get on Twitter and see people talking about it. I'm seeing motherfuckers say shit like, oh, we need to do better with the guns. Which we do, but their solution was just an radical ass solution. Motherfuckers said we need Congress to get involved to ban guns and shit like this. You do realizing that banning guns in anything involving the law only applies to motherfuckers who follow the law?
Yeah.
Just like robbing banks. I don't rob banks because I follow the law. But you got a lot of people who don't follow the law that will rob that motherfucker. So let's just say they ban guns and we get rid of all of our guns. We don't have guns in our house. We don't have guns in our car. We don't have guns on us. Cause I ain't gonna lie.
Dude, it's pussy, bitch ass, dumb, retard logic. Huh, there's somebody out there shooting at me. Thank God I don't have a gun. Like, it's so stupid. You have to be a fucking moron to want to ban guns.
I'm from Texas. This shit would never fly in Texas. You mean you go in a place?
Literally, imagine being shot at and then thinking, thank God I don't have a gun. Like, it's so stupid.
Where there's over 100 people and just shooting shit and nobody bust back at your ass. Motherfuckers talking about they came in the bowling alley shooting and he running down a bowling lane, slid up there with the pins. You come in a bowling alley in Texas, motherfucker gonna send them bitches back at your ass. I promise you that.
Oh, yeah.
But that's the problem. Motherfuckers too worried about getting rid of guns instead of getting guns to protect themselves. Because if you ban guns, the only motherfuckers...
If everybody was carrying, you'd see fewer of these political mass shootings.
Who affected by that shit is the motherfuckers who follow the law. Criminals don't follow the law, so therefore that law won't apply to them. Why your good law following ass gonna be not having a gun, motherfucker running your house with your kids, what you gonna do, talk bro out of it? Tell bro to stop? Or you gonna protect your shit, where you stay, your kids, all of that? So banning guns ain't gonna do nothing but hurt the motherfuckers who actually follow the law, which criminals...
Hell yeah, base take, dude. Thanks for the nation, niggas in Paris.
Hi VG, just wanted to say you're the man. You're the reason I went vegan 4 years ago. You've always been a defender for the voiceless no matter how many losers dogpiled you. The undisputed GOAT. Glad to see you're making inroads with Destiny's community too.
Well, thank you, Kit Lawless. Appreciate the big donation, dude. And I shall always defend the animals. Even if it costs me my sanity. Appreciate the donation again, man.
Who you calling we, jackass? What you want? Tired of dodging?
There was a way to gain power. You could become more powerful than Dooku. More powerful than Sidious. Or even, should I say, your rival, Anakin Skywalker? Well, out! Guess what? Days of the Sith Army!
Those cats in the corner are worried.
Anger is not the way of the Jedi!
Yeah, that was one of the best airsoft fatty lightsaber duels.
Stuff like guns, self-defense, and foreign policy are perfect examples of why women shouldn't vote. Women are always the one who want to let the bad guys win because they are all emotional cowards who don't understand self-defense and criminals.
The best argument against women voting is probably, again, like the stance on firearms. I don't know what the statistics are on women's stance on foreign policy, but basic human rights, like, yeah, the right to self-defense, is probably the best argument against women voting. But there are men who are against, you know, self-defense with firearms and shit like that, so it's not unique to women. I don't see how you could justify banning women from voting, but that would probably be the best argument. But it's still a bad argument. Thanks for the donation, Turbo Black Pill.
He is too fat to be a real Jedi Knight.
I may be misremembering, but wasn't there actually a really fat, round alien Jedi? Let's see. Gakkus the Hutt? Was he a Jedi? Couldn't be. Are these just like airsoft fatty memes, or? Yeah, I vaguely remember there being like a really fat Jedi. Maybe I'm just confusing it with Star Wars or Star Trek or something. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Jedi are usually pretty athletic, so I don't think airsoft fatty could be a Jedi. Thanks for that donation, James Wade.
A sip of coffee. Yeah, see, that's real coffee in there. I drink pretty much tar. Give you guys a forearm shot. So here's the thing, guys. I took measurements myself. I was curious. No, I haven't put it up on camera yet, but I don't think they're unreasonable. I'll have people who say, wow, I'm surprised. I actually think it might be bigger than that, given that I've been very straightforward with my height and weight. But the thing is, when I took legitimate measurements, I was kind of surprised because people have said, well, you know, your arms or your calves or whatever seem this size. And I've kind of just said, here's what I think they were based upon being around other guys who make certain claims. I haven't measured this stuff in a really long time. I have tapes and I have all that to measure stuff.
Hey Vegan Gains, new to your content and have a couple questions for you. Do you believe morality is objective? If so, what is the source of these objective values? What obligates humans to uphold any set of morals to begin with?
So no, I don't believe morality is objective. I think it's subjective. I don't see any possible way for morality to be objective. Like, objective means independent of a mind. Subjective means dependent of a mind. I have yet to see an argument that morality could be independent of any mind. So in a world where no minds exist, how could there be morality? I haven't seen an argument for that yet. What obligations do humans have to uphold any set of morals to begin with? Well, morality is really just pro-social beliefs and behaviors. And again, if it just depends on the beliefs of the individual. So if you have a list of pro-social beliefs and behaviors that you think should be followed, whatever you think should obligate humans to follow those behaviors would depend on your personal values. So if you value something like, I don't know, the protection of life, then it would be required for other people to share that same value, for other people to follow that obligation. So there's no way of really demanding somebody follow your values without somebody agreeing on some other similar set of values to you. So I think that answers your question. Thanks for the donation, JP.
Random content react. Keep cutting, bro. Show M.
All right, let me take a
You are
look.
nigger trash.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Keep talking.
I will.
Okay.
Fuck away from you, classmates. Bitch.
What you gotta do?
I tell you what. You
I'm a stupid nigga.
This guy has a black wife, by the way.
Everybody.
Yeah,
I'm a
she is
stupid
a
nigga.
stupid nigger.
He hit me.
This guy has a black wife. It's crazy. And he's currently working for a security company.
I've been vegan for 3 years, but I eat eggs for breakfast every morning to get my protein.
What?
The key is that you buy organic, because organic means that the chickens were fed a vegan diet.
Wait.
No, that's not what organic means. And this woman is a crazy delusional wacko.
She can't be serious.
So since the chickens are fed a vegan diet, that means that the eggs are vegan.
No.
And I also eat organic chicken, because chicken in itself, like chickens are not animals, they're birds. They're classified as poultry. So anything that comes from chickens is going to be vegan.
I think that.
Is that a troll or just a crazy delusional wacko?
I keep hearing no one wants to work anymore. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce, corporate America's biggest lobbying group, claims there are over 10 million job openings right now in the United States for which employers can't find workers. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell says the U.S. is dealing with a structural labor shortage. But here's the truth. There is no labor shortage. There is, however, a shortage of jobs paying sufficient wages to attract workers to fill them. When a problem is wrongly described, the solutions posed often turn out to be equally wrong. For most Americans, real inflation-adjusted wages continue to drop. Any pay increases workers may have earned in the past few years.
Well, yeah, so many jobs are going overseas, and the biggest employers are places like Walmart and Amazon warehouses. They used to be like good factory jobs like at GM.
Hypothetical, laser weapons are issued to military and police. They require virtually no training to achieve 100% target accuracy, with a lethality rate over 95% even at distances greater than 500 meters. Should civilians be granted access to these laser guns?
Yes. If they have a 100% accuracy, you would ideally want civilians to have that, because then people won't miss. You can't have situations where you accidentally shoot a wrong target, stuff like that. So, yeah, if they have a 100% accuracy, that would be a good thing. I'd want civilians to have something like that. Thanks for the donation, though, Laser Penis. Appreciate it.
Who is the man wearing the athletic tee?
You mean Blaha? Blaha, it's Jason Blaha. He's a crazy, wacko, dumbass. Oh, you mean this video. Brian Turner. Yeah, Brian Turner is a vegan bodybuilder guy. Thanks for the donation, James. Hope that helps.
The Bible and the Quran lay out objective morality perfectly. It is blasphemy to claim objective morality doesn't exist. The Quran is based as fuck and so is the Bible. You will have plenty of time to learn about this while you are burning in hell.
Well, that's good. I always like learning. Thanks for the donation, Turbo Black Pill. Unfortunately, Muslims won't teach me about any of these things, because every time I try to ask them simple questions or debate these topics, they just kick me, so...
What job will you do when your YouTube money runs out?
Well, I'm planning on fucking your mom. She seems to really like it when I pound her good, so if she wants that to keep happening, she's gonna have to pay up. Thanks for the donation, Hevel.
How do I learn to deadlift properly? I've watched plenty of vids on proper form. The only time I can pull any weight is with bad form, like hinging from the waist. Is this just in my head? Other big lifters in the gym also seem to use bad form.
Well, you're supposed to hinge at the hips. It's a hip hinge movement, so you're supposed to hinge at the hips. I would watch, if you want to get good technique videos for deadlifting, Starting Strength has a very good list of videos teaching proper deadlift form, but you're supposed to hinge from the hips. Aside from, if you're really, really bad at learning proper technique, and you can't just watch a video and then apply those, video techniques to your actual lifting, hire a good powerlifting coach, and make sure you can do some in-person lessons so you can get form critiques. Aside from that, make sure you're just not lifting too heavy. A lot of people have form breakdown when they lift too heavy. So make sure you're running percentages that are lower than what you're lifting now, and the weight doesn't have to be challenging right away. So use a weight that isn't particularly challenging, and make sure you work on your technique first. And then once your technique improves, then start adding weight. Once you get your technique down, you know, a good technique base, you should be able to do maximum, you know, lifts where you do, you know, a 1 rep max, and your 1 rep max should look the same as when you do your working weight. So this is me deadlifting 500. And it looks basically the same. The only difference is, again, it's just slower because it's a maximum lift. But yeah, I would look at starting strength. Starting strength has good technique breakdowns of the deadlift. Juggernaut Training Systems, I believe, also has some good technique breakdowns. And Barbell Medicine also has, I think they have a good technique breakdown of the deadlift. But if you can't learn from that, I would say just hire a good powerlifting coach, and they should be able to help you with form. Thanks for the donation, though, Kit Lawless. Appreciate it. Hope that helps.
I dare you to take day empty on stream and go down as a utter mad lad legend.
I don't think I'll do that because it probably violates YouTube community guidelines. But otherwise, I'd be fine with doing that. Thanks for the donation, Pierre.
Have actually been pay cuts because wages have lagged behind the rising costs of basic necessities like housing, food, childcare, and healthcare. Now, you don't have to be a financial wizard to see why some workers might say, the hell with it. So, what should be done about the difficulty employers are having finding workers? Simple. If employers want more workers, they should pay them more. Many corporations are raking it in right now. They can clearly afford to.
Yeah.
Of course, Jerome Powell and his colleagues at the Fed don't want to hear this. They're aiming to deal with the so-called labor shortage by slowing the economy so much that employers can find all the workers they need without raising wages. But the Fed increasing interest rates to slow the economy will prevent millions of people from getting desperately needed raises and cause millions more to lose their jobs.
Well, they only care about corporations, so they, like, the Fed is, their interest is corporations, not, you know, normal working stiffs, so.
I support gun rights, but I don't think that the idea that banning guns only keeps them from good people is true. You never hear about someone shooting people with a full auto machine gun or a grenade launcher, because they are banned and bans work.
So, I don't think you know what a machine gun is. Machine guns aren't banned. They are, they're transferable. So, as long as you have a transferable license, you can get a machine gun. Secondly, you can make machine guns. It's very easy. If you can buy an AR-15, you can easily convert an AR-15 into a machine gun. And you do hear of people shooting each other with a machine gun. Glocks can be very easily converted into machine guns by literally ordering parts from China. You can order them online. You can even 3D print machine gun parts for Glocks. So that's not true. Machine guns aren't technically banned. They're transferable. And even when they are banned, so people just make new machine guns. And the reason you don't see grenade launchers being used is not because grenade launchers are banned. Grenade launchers aren't banned. It's just because nobody has an interest in making grenade launchers. Grenade launchers aren't banned. You can order grenade launchers online. You can also just buy them from gun stores. It's just that the ammunition is banned, but you can make the ammunition for it. It's just nobody has had an interest to make grenade launchers. Really, really stupid. Thanks for the donation, Guns.
Colleagues at the Fed don't want to hear this. They're aiming to deal with the so-called labor shortage by slowing the economy.
Yeah, so based video. Let's see.
For clothing, but I didn't actually bother to do body parts because I didn't care. But I have them, and I'm like, let me actually see where everything is. Let me see where everything is. And here's the thing, guys. When other people, if you know...
So Jason Blaha has lied about his body measurements before. He said he had 18-inch biceps. He didn't.
This dude has to be my favorite creator on the TikTok platform. Just wanted to share his content with the chat.
I said it once. And I'll say it again. Track and field athletes are traditionally known to not make no money, really. And they put all this hard work, blood, sweat, and tears into running fast for little to no reward. Why look that good, get your body to transform this much to not make money from it? That's why I feel like all track and field women, if you one of them ones, which a lot of them are, should start on OnlyFans. Just think about it. For the United States, the top earners in track and field, if you do an average, makes about $38,000 a year.
Holy
the average
shit.
is 20.
Can we do a gore reaction stream? What are your all-time favorite gore sites? What's your thoughts on Kick? You ever thinking of switching to Kick? Do you get paid more?
I'm gonna do simultaneous streams on Kick. I'm not gonna switch to Kick because I'm not getting paid more. They would have to pay me a huge amount of money for me to do exclusive Kick streams. Like, it would have to be in the millions. And no, we cannot do gore reactions. That goes against YouTube TOS. Yeah, that is crazy. I didn't know they got paid so little, the top earners. Yeah, if I was a pretty girl and I was doing track and field, I'd do a fucking OnlyFans for sure.
I spoke about in track, it don't matter how hard you work. If you don't have no talent, you will never be good. And not to say that you can't be decent, but you will never be good enough. This person said, I think if you want it bad enough, God will meet you halfway. Let me tell you, God will help you in a lot of aspects in life. But when it comes to track, God can't even save you. Like, if a motherfucker get in my heat, I don't give a fuck how much training they've been doing, how much praying they've been doing. If they have no talent, God ain't gonna be able to save them.
Yeah.
Like, you come out there with no natural ability if you want to. You're gonna be somewhere way back there, licking at the bottom of my max flies. I feel like that's the problem. People try to bring religion into everything when religion just can't save you all the time. God is good.
Religion will never save you ever at anything because it's bullshit. Thanks to the nation, though, niggas in Paris.
Their height and weight. Here, what we have to remember, the mass has to come from somewhere. So if you know their measurements, and you look at it and go, well, where's the body weight? So in other words, if you have guys who are 30 pounds lighter than me claiming bigger numbers, where's the body weight? Do they have stick legs? Do you see what I'm saying here? Do they not have legs or something?
I like that guy named Robert Reich. Check out his clip he made 2 months ago answering the question in detail of is Donald Trump a fascist? Spoiler alert. He's a fascist, lol.
I want to talk to you about the F word. No, not that F word.
Thanks to the nation, Ben.
I'm talking about fascism. Is Donald Trump really a fascist, as some would say? Or is the word authoritarian sufficient? The term fascism is often used loosely, but you can generally identify fascists by their hate of the other, vengeful nationalism, and repression of dissent. To fight these ideas, we need to be aware of what they are and how they fit together. Let's examine the 5 elements that define fascism and what makes it distinct from and more dangerous than authoritarianism. First, the rejection of democracy in favor of a strongman. Authoritarians believe strong leaders are needed to maintain stability, so they empower strongmen, dictate. Second, stoking rage against cultural elites. Authoritarian movements cannot succeed without at least some.
Jack Donatellers, do you celebrate any holidays such as watching scary movies around Halloween or getting together with family and eating turkey for Thanksgiving? What about Xmas and other holidays? The only holiday I technically celebrate is Halloween. But I watch horror movies all year round. I'm really into horror movies. But I might watch more around Halloween. But again, that's usually because more horror movies come out around Halloween. So Halloween's really technically the only holiday I celebrate. I don't celebrate Christmas. I don't celebrate Thanksgiving. Don't celebrate Easter. I'm not religious, so I don't celebrate any holiday really. And I'm an adult. Like when I was a kid, obviously I was super into Christmas because I'd get presents, right? Well, I'm an adult now. Like, I can buy whatever the fuck I want whenever I want. So, like, every day could be Christmas for me, you know?
Interesting to know. What about tanks though? Missiles? Don't you think a line should be drawn where something becomes a self-defense tool to a weapon of waging war?
Well, we're not talking about fucking missiles. And missiles aren't a self-defense weapon. You could say they're a self-defense weapon when used in a particular way, when a state or a country uses them, but an individual cannot use a missile for self-defense. I don't even know why you're bringing that up. Like, what the fuck does a missile have to do with whether or not you should bear arms? Like, firearms. Nothing. So who fucking cares? Like, make an argument against the idea of firearms for civilian use. Missiles don't have anything to do with the conversation. Thanks for the donation, though, Gens, and thanks for the donation, Jack.
VG, you didn't answer my second question. What are your favorite gore websites? And Richard, why don't you want a pit bull? They're badass dogs and they're meant for badass Chad alpha males like you, nigger Burgess, and they're cute.
Well, I used to watch Live Leak all the time. I just don't watch gore stuff anymore. I just lost interest. But Live Leak was my go-to years ago. I don't know if it's still up, but yeah, I used to watch Live Leak. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
Can you imitate Jason Blaha and Penguin's Zero's orcs from Mordor in Lord of the Rings?
I can do one impression, and I guess I'll do the Blaha impression. All right. Now, you hobbits have been making bizarre, crazy arguments as to why us orcs cannot eat not only elves, but also you hobbits. You see, in order to have a complete, nutritious diet, us orcs need to eat both elves and hobbits. I'm not in favor of eating disorders. I'm not going to go vegan. I'm not going to eat completely carnivore. I'm in favor of a balanced diet of bread, of fruits, of vegetables, and people. And those people include hobbits and elves. Now, I'm not going to eat only elves. I'm not going to eat only hobbits. But I'm going to eat a complete and nutritious diet of vegetables, bread, fruit, and you hobbits and you elves. Now that's the end of the story, and we can either do this the easy way or we can do this the hard way. And you can either get your head on that block of wood so I can chop it off cleanly, or I can slowly rip you limb from limb and make this go slow and hard and painfully. The choice is yours. There you go. There's my Blaha as an orc from Lord of the Rings impression. Thanks for the donation, JP. Appreciate it.
Are you going to see 5 New Guys at Freddy's?
I'm not aware of that movie, but if they make a new Five Nights at Freddy's movie, then sure. I probably will see it. Thanks for the donation, James Wade.
Buy-in from establishment elites. While fascist movements often seek to co-opt the establishment, they largely depend on fueling resentment and anger against presumed culture.
Nationalism. Trump is definitely a nationalist. Extolling root strength.
Others. Fourth, extolling root strength and heroic warriors. The goal of authoritarianism.
Oh, I see. Right. Disdain of women in the LGBT. Yeah, Trump definitely fits all that. I think I'll sub to his channel. Robert Reich sounds pretty based.
Because you really have to question how honest people are being. So for those who are curious, I took my waist separately because my waistline gets bigger as I eat through the day, eat and drink water. So I did a waist first thing in the morning. My waist at its smallest point, the smallest point fasted in the morning is 34 inches. Now keep in mind,
I have a hard time believing that.
It was released yesterday.
Okay. I'll look it up later. Thanks for the donation, James.
and that's going to grow through the day. Okay, 34. I'd like to get that down, but really I don't think it's going to come from the smallest point. It's going to come from the thicker spots. All right, that whole love handle area. So the smallest point was 34. My chest was 48. 48. Now keep in mind, none of this is
A .308 rifle or a 12-gauge shotgun can completely fuck up any attacker. I don't see how more powerful guns don't move into weapons of war instead of weapons for self-defense.
What are you talking about? Like a 9mm handgun or an AR-15 shoots a less powerful and or smaller projectile. So what are you talking about? And like if you're talking about 50 caliber rifles, like a 50 BMG Barrett, no one commits mass shootings with those, and I don't even understand how that would give you an advantage in like a mass shooting scenario. So like what are you trying to argue? Thanks for the donation, Guns.
just pumped. This was just cold. All right, 48. My thighs were 27. My biceps and my calves were exactly 16 and a half. I was surprised they were the exact same size without me having trained calves. I just started that.
Hey, Jasmine. Can you give me the tape measure? So he said his quads were 27, biceps were 16, and he's saying fitness influencers are lying about their stats. Let's measure my legs and my biceps. Guess I could measure my chest too, but I think he said his chest was 48. I'm just gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back. Where's the tape measure? Ugh.
Let us finish with Frank.
Yeah, we'll finish with a Frank video in a minute. Thanks for the donation, James. Alright, so I measured my biceps a few weeks ago, and I think it was like 19 and a quarter, something like that. It's kind of hard to do it on my own, but yeah. So, fuck. Yep, same, right at 19 and a quarter. So, my biceps are 19 and a quarter. let's see the legs. My legs are 24. That might not be the largest point, though. Oh yeah, that's 26 on the upper thigh. Whoa, okay, there's a big difference here. I don't know where I'm supposed to measure exactly on my legs, but right in the middle of my thigh, it says 27 inches. So, oh, whoops. So my legs are about the same size as Blaha's, 27 inches, and my arms are 19 and a quarter without a pump. With a pump, my arms are 20 inches, and I'd imagine my legs would be bigger with a pump. So, Blaha's claiming fitness influencers are lying about their measurements. No. This guy has lied about his measurements a ton. He said his biceps were 18 at one point when they were really 16. He's full of shit.
Given Jason is sharing all these measurements, I'm curious what his rectal diameter is after all that pegging he's had done. Gotta be at least 10 inches, right? Maybe there's been some settling, but it's gotta be up there.
Yeah, he's actually really into pegging. I don't know. Sure there'd be a difference after he gapes himself and stuff. Thanks for the donation, Adam.
Between Ben Shapiro, Paul Joseph Watson, Jordan Peterson and all the right-wing commentators, which one do you think would win in a cage match of all them killing each other? Who would come in last?
I'd have to give it to Ben. He's the youngest and probably in the best shape. As far as I know, he doesn't smoke. Paul Joseph Watson smokes. I'd have to give it to Ben. Thanks for the donation, JP.
Reich's based on a lot of different socio-political issues. Check out his take on minimum wage. He said that if the Fed minimum wage in USA kept up with productivity, it should be over $22 per hour.
That sounds fair, by the way, too. $22 minimum wage. I know it is that much in some places. I think Canada, or at least Ontario, increased its minimum wage to a little over $15 an hour. But yeah, that $22 minimum wage would be fair. It's pretty based. Thanks for the donation, Bend Over.
You might as well measure your penis since we're here no homo nigger Burgess.
Well, I'm not going to do that on stream because I'd probably get banned, but thanks for the donation, D.
What is pegging?
Pegging is when a girl is wearing a strap-on dildo and fucks a dude. That is what pegging is. And Blaha is into pegging. He pays women to peg him. Thanks for the donation, James.
Wait, how do you know Blaha's into pegging?
It got leaked. He was paying a prostitute to peg him, and she hated him, and she ended up sharing this information publicly. Thanks for the donation, JP. War donated $2. Could 2020's U.S. military have fended off Pearl Harbor attacks? Assuming the Japanese were using the weaponry like the Zeros they were using in the World War II, and we had the technology that we do now, yeah, easily. Thanks for the donation, War.
Earbuds in my head for half the day on the computer, so I think these over-the-ear headphones might be some relief in that sense, because I would have these, earbuds in on the computer all day, and then when I went to bed, I'd put noise-canceling earplugs in my ear when I went to bed. So, I wasn't really giving my ears time to naturally push the earwax out. So I haven't really had like any.
You can just wear bone-conducting headphones that don't go into your ears or cover your ears.
Serious ear issues. It's just, I noticed like a few times if you keep your ears plugged up too long, like your sinuses will clog up too. So maybe I'll try those out. Yeah, we got another box delivery. These are some more glass jars for the female fertility supplement. My guys are making a mess over here looking for if we have enough quinoa cereal to make the quinoa crisp and stuff. Yeah, we're like sold out of all the bars. We don't have any cookie bars besides a small amount of white cookies. We're all out of best bars for the most part. All out of quinoa crisp. All out of. We have a very limited fish selection here. We just have the cod, the halibut, and the salmon. Just like the cleanest fish from Alaska. You know, nothing.
Frank looks like he's made of plastic Lamau.
He's had multiple plastic surgeries. The most major one was a jaw shortening surgery. He used to have a protruded jaw and an underbite. He got his jawbone shaved down, and he looks a lot different than he used to. It's pretty crazy. He's also gotten lip injections, and I'm sure he's gotten other procedures done that he's not comfortable with sharing, so that's kind of why he looks a little weird. Thanks for the donation, JP.
Nothing polluted, nothing fishy, nothing weird. So yeah, I got a bunch of things I should be doing. I just got to fill some orders, organize a little bit. I got to go through all these spices and see what I have, and then I got to order organic spices for this butcher. Guys, it's honestly, I should start. I'm not going to even say what businesses I should start, but it's such a pain that I have to do everything hands-on because you know, no businesses are set up for like food quality, and then they don't know how to make things. It's fucking nightmare. So I think I told you guys yesterday, we will be having some eggs coming on Friday. We will also be having a very large amount of butter. So we're going to have a big price reduction on the butter. So maybe we'll start moving a lot more. We'll see. And you know, so instead of getting in like 50 pounds of butter a week, not even 50 pounds of butter a week, we're going to be getting in like 300 pounds of butter. So there's going to be a significant price reduction, and we'll see if it's if it moves more, if it's as popular to kind of help the Amish farmer out. And then on Saturday, I don't know what day we're going to go. We got to butcher the pigs one day, and then the next day he's going to make all the stuff. I don't know if we're going to do bacon.
Well, I guess we know who his primary customer base is.
You mean Frank or Blaha? Thanks for the donation, though, James.
Because it's like it takes 2 weeks to make bacon the cure legitimately. Anyway, that's enough rambling. Not really much to talk about Wednesday and nonsense, but it's like 4:45. My guys leave at 4, but they get in at 7, so they work like 9 hours. So I'm not really here that long. Not much going on. My guys did make the meat granola, quinoa crisp, and we have the cookie bars ready. Everything will be done by the weekend, so knocked out a few things we have to get back in stock, and then we should be able to do the blueberry honey pemmican bars and the granola bars too. So we'll have the plain pemmican in the big brick, and then the regular pemmican in the smaller bars. I'm not sure if we can make the plain one in the smaller bars because when you only use meat and fat, like the texture can't go through our bar machine. I got stuck replacing the heat tape on this vacuum machine, and it took me like 4 hours because I got in here at 12 and I started taking it apart. I'm gonna call right now. Who's calling me? Yeah, my Amish buddy calling me, complaining about my margins. Doesn't understand an online business. Like, you guys know I'm broke. I've been killing myself for 4 years, and I haven't.
Frank, since he sells aphrodisiacs.
Okay. Yeah, so basically, retarded losers. Thanks for the donation, James.
Like, saved up any money or gotten anything. I'm barely scraping by this whole time. And this Amish kid's complaining about what I'm selling his butter for. And the funny thing is, they have no overhead, no cost, nothing. And I'm trying to explain to him, look, if I sell the butter at this margin, I'm going to break even. I know it seems like a lot of money for butter, but the shipping cost and everything is very, very expensive. So I'm trying to sort something out. I think I told you guys the other day, they might have a lot of butter temporarily because of something. Anyway, I don't remember what I was saying before the phone call. I think I was complaining about I was replacing the heat seal tape on this vacuum machine, and I like lost some screws, and it was kind of finicky. Like, if you didn't have the metal in the exact right spot, there's like a metal, I'll show you on this smaller machine. So there's like a metal band underneath the heat seal tape, and on the big vacuum machine, if the band isn't in the exact right spot, it's too tight to screw on. So that wasn't fun. It took me about, as I said, like 4 hours to get that fixed, so I couldn't really do anything else, although we didn't have too much to do today. So
It took him 4 hours to fix a tape machine.
Just got to make a few things. We got a meat delivery coming in tomorrow, so we got to get that set up and put away. I think we have a lot of oxtail and some beef testicles to put away as well. Chuck steaks, and so my guys will definitely be busy for the next few days. Friday morning, I came down real quick because my guys were having an issue with some settings on a machine, so I just came down to make sure they set it right. And it's Friday, so we got a lot of deliveries in. I'm baking bread at home, and I didn't eat breakfast, so I'm gonna go home real quick and then come back and do some more work later. But let me show you guys what's going on. So we got meat delivery, and the eggs have arrived. We got a lot of stuff in here. So these are regular chicken eggs. We got actually a new farmer, so I want to take a look at some of these eggs and try them out. And then another farmer. So this is one farmer that still has his chickens out on grass. This farmer has his chickens on grass and corn and soy-free feed. So these two are actually different. And then we have our original farmer's eggs, but these are small. Right now his chickens are laying small eggs. So these small chicken eggs will probably be sold out by the time you guys see them, but we're gonna have them in for at least a few weeks. So these are gonna be sold.
Who the fuck buys eggs online?
On the foods website, not the meat website.
I think they're like insanely fucking expensive too. Those are duck eggs.
I hope he has the instructions.
He probably doesn't. He's pretty stupid too, so thanks for the donation, Sam. Oh, he's sold out. I don't know what... Whoa! $30. Holy shit.
Wish I could see you and Frank fight each other like this.
Let me take a look.
Yeah, word. Yeah, just right now. Do you mind? Corporate matter, tactical.
Hi, Tom. Hey. See you.
Yeah, just in here. In bathroom? Sure. Yeah. Come on. Did you tell? What? Did you fucking tell? Huh? You bastard? I was this close, and now they have a chance to fucking pull their fucking opposition together, you fucking prick.
No, I don't think I'm
You fucking little prick.
I think I would fight much harder than that with Frank. But thanks for the nation, JP.
We can't sell the small eggs on the meat website because it's too expensive to ship the smaller eggs in that box. This is just a whole bunch of chicken that needs to be labeled and packaged up. Just the corn and soy-free chicken, broiler hens. This is a pallet of duck eggs. So we have our regular corn and soy-free duck eggs in. Just a very tiny amount of small duck eggs, and then we got some fresh quail eggs in. And we got coconut oil potato chips in. Let me show you guys that. What's on my to-do list? I got some computer work to do, and I got a lot of stuff to do on the computer. So this is one pallet of the salted coconut oil potato chips, and then we have the mushroom on the right and the salt and vinegar on the left. So we will now have both Wagyu beef fat and coconut oil potato chips available on the foods.
Ew, he's using fucking like beef fat to cook potato chips, and fucking gross. Those have to be the most unhealthy potato chips ever made.
Website. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the chips. The Amish guy would not lower his price, so I'm paying him like $2 a bag plus material costs plus shipping. So I don't know if I'm making money on these chips, to be honest, but I just don't feel. I don't like selling chips for more than $5.50 a bag. So we'll have to just do it for now, and then hopefully, we bring more people into the website in general to order other stuff that I can make a margin on. So my guys did restock the meat granola. We have the meat granola. That's the plain pemmican I showed you guys the other day. We got the quinoa crisp back in stock. It's been missing for a month or two now, but we have it. The chicken farmer probably chose the worst time to reset his flock because he did it about 2 weeks before peak egg buying season, because what happens in the fall is people have all these backyard laying hens that are no longer laying eggs. So while they weren't buying eggs from me during the summer, then they just start buying eggs again in the fall all at the same time. So our egg sales probably double in the fall, yet we had no eggs this time. So yeah, all the eggs, chicken eggs.
It fucked Frank. I really will have a massive celebration once Frank's business goes under or he kills himself. Let's have a big celebration and I'll buy a cake.
Not immediately. I'm sure the duck eggs will be gone in a day or two. So hopefully the production picks up. But I made some calls to the other Amish farmers to try to get more eggs in, because this we were supposed to have eggs in 1 pallet a week at least 2 weeks ago. Now we didn't even get a fraction of a pallet. So having some issues with the egg production, but thankfully some of the other farmers pulled through, and maybe we can get them to pull through.
It's really great to hear his
Obviously,
business
if we're
is
selling
not
out of eggs in
making
10
money.
minutes, like, we need to do something, but you know, I'm not willing to compromise on the quality and sell eggs that aren't, you know, corn and soy free range. But that's gonna be it for today, guys. So I'm gonna do a little more work down here. I gotta pack some orders for the non-meat businesses. I gotta get some. What's up, guys? It is Saturday morning. Without fail, for some reason, every single time I'm supposed to do a drive in the morning, I never get a full night's sleep. And this time, since like it wasn't that important, we were just gonna go.
Dude, that's great. Hopefully Frank doesn't get much sleep and then he drives and rams his car.
His business has been dying for years. How is he still scrapping by?
I have no idea. He took out huge loans too, and I don't know how the bank is still giving him loans. I think he said he took out like a $30,000 loan for the new factory place and shit. I really hope he goes out of business soon. Thanks for the nation, JP. Yeah, and hopefully this guy like doesn't get any sleep and then he has to drive for a few hours and then he just rams his car into a tree.
See the pigs get butchered. I decided not to do the drive. Bad weather, I'm exhausted. Not the best idea to
Damn
drive.
it.
And mainly, I still have these stress fractures in my hands and I can't like do a lot of stuff. Like anything heavy, like lifting up half of a pig. Yesterday was a complete nightmare. I didn't film it because I was about to have a stroke. So I get deliveries here, you know, once or twice a day, full-size tractor trailers. These guys know how to back up just fine into the dock. But this guy didn't know how to back up. He got here at like 3:15. We tried once for about 5 minutes. I was showing him exactly where to pull up on the street, and I kept telling him to cut.
He pledged his soul to Satan to survive.
Well, hopefully when he dies, he, I don't know, gets a taste of his own medicine, and he has to get some ironic punishment for what he did to the animals. Thanks for the nation, JP.
Out the wheel. He couldn't do it, so after about 5 minutes, there was so much traffic backed up on the street, I had to tell him to just look.
Oh yeah, Frank complains every fucking video he makes. Like, he just complains about his health issues, how he's in pain, his business. He just complains constantly.
Lamau, you have the most powerful hate boner for Frank.
Oh yeah, I hate him. I can't stand him. Thanks for the donation, JP.
Up, go around, let the traffic pass, and let's try again. He comes back around to try again. Still can't do it. At this point, I've been like standing in Main Street traffic for like 45 minutes, losing my mind, yelling at this truck driver how to drive a truck. And then what was funny, at the end of the second time of me showing him, I was like standing outside of the passenger side of his truck on like the step, and he pointed at the wheel, and he was like, "Can you drive?" And I shook my head. I was like, "No." First of all, I've never learned to or driven a tractor trailer in my life, and even if I did, I'm pretty sure liability-wise with that company, that would be a no-go if something happened. But what was really funny was, at that point in time, when he pointed at the steering wheel, I was so fed up, I was almost thinking in my head, how hard can it be? Let me just, I was about to sit in that company's tractor trailer and try to back it up without ever having operated one, but
hopefully that guy makes more deliveries to Frank's business.
Bad idea. What ended up happening was, I got really angry, and I called up the company. I was like, look, I'm going to either send the truck back, or you're going to take $1,000 off the freight bill, because and they said yes. So I had the guy pull up to the side of the building.
Broke Vegan donates $2. Should vegans worry about processed foods and preservatives? Well, obviously processed food. So if you're eating a lot of like processed sugar, really high sodium foods, yeah, that's going to be a health issue for you. But processing doesn't necessarily make a food bad. So if you're eating like protein powder, that is a processed food, but there's no health issues that are caused by, you know, eating protein powder. So it depends on what type of processing a food goes through. And as far as preservatives, no. Preservatives are safe to consume. I wouldn't worry about that. Tell us about when you got your first kiss. I was probably like 4 years old. When I went to daycare, this is before I started like grade 1, my parents put me in daycare. I kissed like every girl in daycare. I can't even really remember my first kiss. I like kissed like 10 different girls. Thanks for the donation though, Broke Vegan. Appreciate it. No donated $2. Can you react to this and rate it 1 out of 10 of the worst gore you ever seen? Don't show on stream, mute audio. Community has banned for violating Reddit rules. I cannot watch that. Thanks for the donation, though, no.
And we hand unloaded all the pallets off. And then I gave each of my guys $100 for staying late and then doing the extra physical labor. But it was a complete nightmare, That probably messed up my hands even more, lifting those pallets off. And yeah, that was not fun. That I was like thinking of just taking some tractor trailer courses for the hell of it, but like I don't have the time to really do that. But at that moment, it was like, all right, maybe I should have, but no, that happened last night, and then I didn't sleep that well, so I could have probably just got up and drove over there this morning. So we were supposed to be there now, cutting up the pigs, but I'll just go because he's going to kill him today and hang him up, and then like Monday we're going to cut him up into meat. So I'll just have to go by on Monday.
If only somebody would do that to Frank, hang him up and cut him up into pieces of meat.
Because I did have some stuff to bring him, like some special salt and things for the meat. We made an offer on that farm. We'll see if they respond. The only thing that sketched me out was they valued some of the equipment a little high, which didn't make any sense to me. But yeah, I don't know what I did. My hands literally just hurt, like not even doing anything, just statically. So I'm gonna do maybe an hour or two of work down here, and then I'm gonna go back home and have breakfast, and maybe I'll come back later and do some more work. I know I mentioned it in the vlog, but I don't know if I said it yesterday. A larger amount of butter is now $9.
What would you do if everyone on Earth turned into zombies with the exact same personality of Frank Tufano?
Well, I would probably get a baseball bat and put a spike on the end of it. Thanks for the donation, JP.
I wonder, does Frank know what a planogram is?
Probably not. He seems pretty goddamn disorganized. Thanks for the donation, James.
$12 per portion. So we were selling the butter at $12.50 for half a pound.
Yes, donate $2. Do you know about the Luca Magnotta dude, and have you seen the gore video? It happened in Canada. I don't know anything about that. Thanks for the donation, yes.
Now it's $9 for half a pound, which is just as good as basically any high-quality raw butter source online. So if you guys want to stock up on butter or get more butter now at an affordable price, we have it. Yeah, I'll probably see you guys.
Dude, he seems so fucking nervous and unhinged.
Tomorrow, Sunday. I don't think there's anything that's like new today.
What the
yeah, bro,
fuck?
If every week was like this, I would be on the beach permanently. Permanent vacation. Not fun. I did give my guys way too much money for that yesterday, but it was whatever. I was over it. What's up, guys? It's still Saturday. My leg fell asleep from sitting at the computer around 5 o'clock. I came down earlier in the morning around 9, worked till about 12, went home to eat something, and then came back. My stomach actually hurts by my belly button, which I believe is a hernia. It's not that bad, so I'll make sure 100% to take it easy tomorrow. We got some stuff ready for organ supplements. The main thing I did today was I fixed all the styrofoam coolers and stuff in the warehouse myself. Half with the forklift, half me having to put the pallets of coolers back onto the wooden pallet because we have to take them off to unload them off the truck. So that's probably what the hernia is from. But we got all the orders printed, ready for tomorrow, Sunday, to be filled in the freezer. And I'm just exhausted. I gotta go home. I gotta eat. I gotta do like 2-3 hours work on the computer. And I gotta film a video for tomorrow, Sunday, because...
How does Frank do his inventory control?
I don't know. You'd have to ask him. Sure, he can't. Like, he keeps some sort of inventory. Thanks for the donation, James.
If Frank turned into God, how fucked do you think we all are?
We'd be completely fucked. Frank's a narcissist. He only cares about himself, so he'd probably be the worst person to have those sorts of powers. Thanks for the donation, JP.
I haven't been keeping up with the YouTube stuff. Unfortunately, YouTube does not pay. And when I'm doing this physical labor all day and then doing this, it just never ends. I basically work every waking second, and then because my health is not 100% from the liver damage, I'm just resting. So I think I've said this before.
He claims he has liver damage. His liver enzyme count was a little elevated when he got one blood test. I think he's being dramatic.
If I was like 100% healthy and felt good, it wouldn't be as bad. I still wouldn't really have time to do anything, but at least I'd be able to relax for a little bit. That's not the case. I'll show you guys the stuff tomorrow because my guys left a little while ago. Everything's kind of shut down. I just wanted to print the orders for my guys so I didn't have to do it on the computer overnight. Yeah, let me get out of here. What's up, guys? It is Sunday. Normally, we just pack up orders today, so that's what my guys are doing. They're in the freezer right now, getting all the meat stuff ready, and then we're gonna do the egg orders so that we can send everything out ASAP on Monday. The foods orders are probably gonna have to do on Tuesday. This is what I was doing yesterday by myself. It didn't take too long. It's just when that truck couldn't back up to the dock, we had to take all of these off the pallets. They're not that heavy, I mean, you couldn't lift it up by yourself, but it's light enough that you can kind of toggle it and move it easily. It's probably like, I don't know, 100 pounds maybe. It's nothing too crazy. However, heavy enough for me to hurt myself. So we had to put each of these back onto the pallet to move them on here. So that's why I asked that company for $1,000 off the freight bill, because the amount of work it takes to get everything off the truck, get it over here by hand, put it back on the pallet to move, it's adding, 5-6 hours of work, and just not fun. But hopefully never again. Hopefully we never have to do that again, because the next time that happens, I'm going to buy another forklift and put it out by the street level so I can just lift stuff up to the dock. But that's what I was doing yesterday. Today, I'm going to make the lemon light and get some organ supplement stuff ready. We didn't have time to check the fermentation.
We got a fin here. Yes. Good boy. Look at him. You're a good boy. Okay, relax. Lie down. Lie down. That's a good boy.
Like the sauerkraut stuff, but it doesn't matter if it goes another week. We'll see how it is next.
Maybe Frank needs to hire a consultant to do an audit. Sounds like a lot of wasted motions.
Well, he constantly complains about losing money, not selling things properly. He absolutely needs to hire a financial advisor so that he can work out things like prices, employment. He seems disorganized as fuck and doesn't seem like he knows what he's doing. Thanks for that donation, though, James.
Next week, and hopefully it's okay. If not, I guess we'll try one more time. But it's not that easy to keep the temperature correct in there for the kefir and the fermentations. We got all the fresh Totomi's cookies ready to go into bags for you guys. We usually do a fresh batch every 2 weeks as long as they keep selling, so they stay as delicious as possible. These are just some potato chips I'm taking home for lunch to test out. We got the coconut oil chips back in stock. Yeah, kind of a mess over there. We got a lot of stuff now on organ supplements. All the canopies are in stock. We got the queen canopies back. Those are the new headsets that you guys saw in the video on Sunday.
Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see. The hell do you think this is? Biker nearly losing his life while trying a daredevil stunt. Wow. Dude. That guy is a fucking idiot. Collapsed lung, more than 20 fractures. Dude, how stupid can you be? What a fucking dumbass. Thanks for that donation, Kid Boo.
Today about the diet. I actually need to take home some of this copper sheeting because I'm putting it in the...
Dodo $9. I've been talking to some Arab people about Israel-Palestine, and I like Israel destroying Hamas to the U.S. helping Iraq to extremist ISIS. They don't have an argument, so they first say the U.S. created ISIS, eventually defend ISIS, play games now. Yeah, I'm going to play games soon, okay? We're just about to do that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Walls of my computer room, even though the radiation's kind of low, I'm going to get it set up. So I'm just going to take home like 4 of them, and then that should be enough.
He is insane. He can't sleep, and he's stressing himself out for no reason. Then he thinks, the fucking Wi-Fi shielding's going to do anything for him.
I hope he keeps the plant and animal products separate.
He probably doesn't. Thanks for the donation, though, James. Ben, what are you doing? Down. You are so pooty. Oh my god. Yeah, you're a good boy, okay? My god.
These are the coconut oil potato chips. My guys have to label them. We just got in all the fresh dairy.
Dodo Tellers, I can't spell, but you definitely can't read. Try read my last dono again, maybe you'll get it. I've been talking to some Arab people about Israel-Palestine, and I liken Israel destroying Hamas to the US helping Iraq to exterminate ISIS. Okay. They don't have an argument, so they first say the US created ISIS. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's the best analogy I can think of. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. I don't know what the US creating ISIS has to do with it being a good thing to destroy ISIS. Thanks, Dodo.
Ready to ship out tomorrow. I think I told you guys a few times.
Oh my fucking god. Finn is the most bizarre looking dog. I'm gonna see if I can take a photo of this. He is so weird. I'm gonna post this to Instagram. Oh my god. Yeah, you're a friggin' weirdo. Stoner donated $2. Have you seen this guy? He climbs buildings with a must-have 100% perfection.
This is the most dangerous climb I have ever done. I climbed the Crystal Tower last year. This was rather easy compared to what I've done previously, but the tricky part was the end. I had no way of training for the final part of the climb. I could only look it up from the ground, so on the day of the climb, I had to improvise. I put my left foot where both of my hands are, which is not a good hold, and push everything at the same time. As I try to not lose balance, I reach with my right arm for a good pinch, and then I pull myself up. Once this was over, the tricky part was done, so I could just reach the top.
Holy shit, bro. Like, why does anybody do this?
Here is how it looks from my point of view. Okay, final part.
Oh my god.
Yes, 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 yes. This.
Holy shit, dude. That is nuts. That is my POV on the stream. That's what I'm dealing with right now. This little pooty guy here. Dude. Finn is so bizarre. You're such a weirdo, you know that? Yeah, you're a weird little guy.
Farmer had a surplus of milk, so we have a lot of the A2 raw butter here. That's all butter, that's all butter. All of these eggs are gonna be gone by tomorrow. This is our lamb share that never sold. That has to go in the garbage, unfortunately.
Sounds like a contemporary Phillips Betty.
I don't know what that is, but thanks for the donation, James.
We got the big beef shanks back in stock. I showed you guys the tribe last week. Something we've been trying to get for a few years now. Finally have it. 5 pounds. One of my paying online at other businesses. The portion beef shanks are back in stock as well. Plenty of chicken restocked. We got a fresh shipment in, the whole chicken. Prime layers for that today. It is ice cold in there. This camera didn't fog up the first time we were in the freezer, but it's definitely way colder now. It doesn't fog up as bad as the other one. Like, at least you could still see me. But I think that was everything for this week, guys. And since the camera is fogging up, I guess we can wrap up the vlog for this week. A lot of stuff back in stock on the foods website as well as the meat website, guys. Be sure to check them both out. Is this just a constant indicator of the poor air quality we have in the States? Reminding you guys by fogging up my camera. But I have some work to do today myself, and I don't want to be here until like 5 or 6 o'clock again, so.
Well, glad to see Frank is unraveling and slowly degrading into madness.
Ethno-nationalism is based as fuck. Everyone belongs with their own and everyone else needs to go back to their homelands. We need to do it soon before it's too late. Don't worry, Richard, we will let you stay since you're high IQ and not a monkey.
Alright, well that's good to hear. Thanks for the donation, Turbo Blackpill. F donated $2, let me take a look.
Refrigerator.
これなんですかね。リフリガレーター。リフリジレーター。
Refrigerator.
She's pretty cute. Yeah, they don't have a lot of different sounds. They don't have L's in their language. That's why in Metal Gear there's the phrase "lali le lulo." And there's a bunch of other sounds like th. They can't say th. Dreamsation donated $2. I know long-term fasting is a bad idea because electrolyte imbalances can give you a heart attack, but would that still happen if you were to fast every other day instead of a continuous fast? That could happen, yes.
In 1974, Felipe Petit walked into a cable between the World Trade Center towers. You can look him up on Wikipedia.
Oh, okay. I've seen that. Alright. Thanks for the donation, James. But yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, so eating every other day is still a bad idea. That can cause electrolyte imbalances and cause things like irregular heartbeats. Thanks for the donation, though, Dreamsation.
Refrigerator.
Well, I guess Asians aren't as smart as we once thought. They can't even say refrigerator. Okay, Finn, I'm gonna put you down because you're a pooty guy and I'm gonna play video games. You just go say hi to your mom, okay? Alright. Alan Wake time.